Chapter 594. Not long after, Maringjia heard the summons and hurried over to pay his respects. As He tribe's greatest opponent, Ma tribe had suffered a crushing defeat in the decisive battle. Ma tribe's experts were almost all slaughtered. Young tribe leader Maringjia was luckily saved and bravely took on the heavy responsibility of tribe leader. His original plan was to hole up in Warm Pond Valley and recuperate as much as possible. But He Lulan forced him to come and forcefully annexed Ma tribe. Next, Ma tribe could only follow He tribe to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Maringjia had thought that He Lulan wanted to strip Ma tribe of its name and swallow the whole tribe. For this, he had put in many efforts and even accepted outsiders and gave them the surname Ma. But in the end, none of the things he had predicted happened. Not only that, after Ma tribe came to Imperial Court Blessed Land, they did not receive any harsh criticism from He Lulan. Instead, they were treated equally. He Lulan selflessly opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower. Ma tribe had gained a lot of benefits. Right now, Ma tribe was recovering well, and the tribe's forces were growing stronger day by day. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Maringjia had been feeling uneasy because of this. Receiving He Lulan's sudden summons, the uneasiness in his heart increased by several times and reached its peak. Looking at Maringjia, He Lulan smiled. Ma tribe leader, how has Ma tribe been these days? Maringjia was extremely vigilant and immediately replied, "We are fine. This is all thanks to tribe leader's magnanimity and disregard of past enmity. Ma tribe has been struggling at death's door and has now recovered some vitality." If I remember correctly, this time, Ma tribe was sponsored by Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu Immortal Shuesongzi, right? He Lulan said amiably. Maringjia was tongue-tied and broke out in cold sweat, unable to speak. Ma tribe, as a Huang Jin bloodline, privately communicated with a demonic path Gu Immortal. This was no doubt breaking the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sunday. Could it be that He Lulan is here to settle the score? Damn it. Now he is the meat on the chopping block, and I want to destroy the Ma family. All I need is one word from He Lulan. Maringjia was very nervous. Revitalizing the Ma family was his lifelong wish. The Ma family was his lifeline. Ha ha ha. He Lulan laughed, her laughter echoing throughout the study. Don't be nervous, Ma family head. As long as you cooperate obediently, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. Please speak, patriarch. Maringjia gritted his teeth. A wise man submits to circumstances. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to bow down. What? However, what He Lulan said next shocked Maringjia. He was as stunned as a statue. Great Snow Mountain Blessed Land. The towering snow-capped peak stood tall among them. The sky was blue. Radiance flowed around. The fifth branch peak. Within Ice Lake Palace, a negotiation was nearing its end. Shuesongzi had an anxious expression as he looked at Demon Lord Long Dan in front of him, saying impatiently, "Demon Lord, don't forget who lent you the immortal Yuan stone in an emergency. To repay your debt. It was me. Now that I encountered some trouble, I asked you for help, but you are making all sorts of excuses. Isn't this too disappointing? Is the great Demon Lord Long Dan such a petty person?" Demon Lord Long Dan smiled as he sipped his tea, saying in a gentle tone, "Lord Songzi, please be careful with your words. Benjun will always remember our previous friendship in my heart. I have not forgotten it at all. But this time, Lord Songzi, your trouble is not small. If I help you, I will offend He tribe's Gu Immortals. My business in Jewel Yellow Skies has just started to improve. It cannot withstand such a blow." Shuesongzi sold snowmen for a living. He was quite wealthy. But in the last few months, his business in Jewel Yellow Skies was fiercely attacked by He tribe. He tribe's Gu Immortals hunted snowmen wantonly and sold them at low prices, greatly destroying the rules and benefits of the snowman slave trade. This was a different kind of confrontation. It involved many things. In order to protect his source of income, Shuesongzi had to accept the challenge, barely maintaining a deadlock with He tribe's Gu Immortals. Although he was wealthy, he was only one person after all. Compared to the super force He tribe, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, he paled in comparison. Thus, He could not hold on any longer and started to ask for help from the surrounding Gu immortals. Demon Lord Longdan's calm demeanor made Shuesongzi anxious. Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush. Tell me directly, what do you want for you to help? Demon Lord Longdan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he stared at Shuesongzi. Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan, Gu. As long as you give it to me, I will do my best to help you. Shuesongzi heard this and stood up from his seat, pointing at Demon Lord Longdan. You actually have the cheek to say this? Demon Lord Longdan raised his eyebrows, his voice turning gloomy. Why would I feel embarrassed? Who would help for no reason? Shuesongzi, I advise you not to be rash. If you point at me again, I will get angry. Humph! Shuesongzi knew he was not Demon Lord Longdan's match. He snorted coldly and withdrew his finger, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Demon Lord Longdan did not urge him to stay. He looked at his departing figure with a gloomy expression and snorted coldly. He had long since disliked Shuesongzi. Relying on the fact that he had some spare cash, he was usually very arrogant. Back then, he had borrowed a mortal yuan stone from Shuesongzi, but Shuesongzi actually dared to give him a high-interest loan. Shuesongzi took advantage of the situation and made a huge profit. Demon Lord Longdan suffered a loss. He had always kept this in mind. Shuesongzi returned to his 7th peak with an ashen expression. Without outsiders, he sat cross-legged on the cushion. His tense expression finally relaxed as he sighed. If I had known this, I would not have interfered in the imperial court contest. He deeply regretted it. Winner takes all. Previously, he had invested a huge amount in the imperial court contest, but had gained nothing. Now, he was facing the attacks of He tribe's Gu immortals. He could not even protect his source of wealth. In the end, the righteous path is united, while the demonic path is divided. Snowy mountain-blessed land has so many demonic path Gu immortals, but I cannot obtain any of their help. In contrast, He tribe's Gu immortals can obtain the help of many forces. They can work together to pressure me. Sigh. After this battle, I have used up all my years of accumulation. My losses are disastrous. The waters of the imperial court contest are too deep. It is not something I can step into. Previously, many demonic path Gu immortals had interfered in the imperial court contest, but how many of them had a good ending? Sigh. My greed was aroused by wooden chicken Gu. I thought that since I had already offended He tribe's Gu immortals, I might as well interfere. But I did not know how many demonic path Gu immortals were watching me make a fool of myself. Sigh. It is time to reflect. Shuesongzi sighed repeatedly. Just as he was about to reflect on this painful experience and learn from it, a letter Gu pierced through the air and appeared in front of him. Isn't this the letter Gu I gave to my tribe for communication? Shuesongzi felt it was strange and held it in his hand. His mind inspected it, and he immediately showed an astonished expression. What does this mean? He Lulan actually wants to cooperate with me? Shuesongzi sneered in disdain. Using wooden chicken Gu as bait to deceive me, this might be another scheme of He tribe. Wait a moment. This is actually, does He Lulan really want to cooperate with me? Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Half a month later. Mother. He Lulan suddenly sat up on the bed. He breathed heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. A long while later, his pupils gradually regained their focus. It was another nightmare. This nightmare had been tormenting him since a long time ago. Each nightmare was like a pile of firewood. It made the fire of hatred in his heart burn even more fiercely. After calming his breathing, He Lulan got up from the bed. His body was swollen like a bear, and his triangular eyes started to shine with an intimidating light. But on his face, there was a deep sense of exhaustion. But when he opened the window, this exhaustion was completely concealed, and people could feel it. Only the aura of a ruthless overlord lingering around his body. He looked up at 88-point Jinyang Tower and pondered about the matter of cooperating with Shuesongzi. In the letter, he did not hesitate to take a risk, telling Shuesongzi the biggest secret in his heart, and even gave out the crucial Gu worms, using his body as a hostage to exchange for Shuesongzi's trust. Right now, the 39th floor had been condensed for a long time. and his cooperation with Shuesongzi was progressing well. Thanks to this demonic path Gu Immortal's help, He Lulon had a smooth journey in the 39th floor. It could be said that he was advancing triumphantly. His actions were equivalent to betraying He Tribe. He Tribe's Gu Immortals would definitely not let him off. In fact, He Lulon did not even know how long he could hide this matter. But he was clear that as long as he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was safe. Imperial Court Blessed Land forbade Gu Immortals from entering or leaving. At this point, he could no longer turn back. He could only move forward until his death. But the most crucial thing in He Lulon's plan, the strength path Immortal Gu that could change the entire situation, had yet to appear. He could only continue to wait. 88-point Jinyang Tower, 7th floor. 90th round. Chang Jiyu pays respects to Lord Supreme Elder. Chang tribe leader knelt on the ground with an ashamed expression. Do you know why I summoned you? Fang Yuan stood in front of him, speaking plainly. This subordinate is ashamed. I have failed to live up to Lord Supreme Elder's trust. This subordinate is extremely useless, allowing the murderer to roam freely. Lord Supreme Elder, please punish me. Chang Jiyu continued to kowtow, his forehead knocking against the ground, producing muffled sounds. Not long after, blood could be seen on his forehead. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You have some self-awareness. You know your own incompetence. Stop kowtowing. Get up and answer me. This subordinate doesn't dare. Get up. Fang Yuan emphasized again. His tone was calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable and irrefutable decision. Chang Jiyu stood up, his head lowered. Blood was slowly flowing down his face. He was in a sorry state. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He stretched out his hand and comforted the wound on Chang Jiyu's forehead. White light shone. Under the power of a healing Gu worm, Chang Jiyu's wound rapidly healed, not leaving any scars. Chang Jiyu's body shuddered. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Ever since the father and son met, this was the first time Chang Shan-in had made such an intimate action towards his son Chang Jiyu. Chapter 595. Fang Yuan wiped Chang Jiyu's tears, his tone gentle like the spring breeze. What are you crying for? You are my Wolf King's son. You can only bleed and not shed tears. The word son made Chang Jiyu's heart shudder, as if he had received an electric shock. Great joy engulfed Chang Jiyu's heart like a tsunami. Father finally admitted that I am his son. He called me personally. The grievances he had accumulated in his heart, the pressure he had to bear, the accumulated anger, shame, and grief towards his foster father's death, at this moment, he was greatly relieved. He could not help but shed tears of joy, but Fang Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. He endured bitterly. His face was distorted and his lips were bleeding from biting, but his tears still flowed out unceasingly. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out father, but he did not dare. He could only repeatedly apologize while sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fang Yuan lightly patted his shoulder, saying warmly, Do you know what your greatest shortcoming is? Chang Jiyu was slightly dazed. Fang Yuan continued with an affirmative tone. Your greatest shortcoming is that you are not strong enough. Not strong enough? Chang Jiyu stopped sobbing, his teary eyes staring at the imposing figure in front of him. This is yellow gold relic Gu. It is enough for you to climb to rank 4 peak stage. There is also purple crystal relic Gu. It can let you advance by leaps and bounds in rank 5. Fang Yuan took out 2 relic Gu and stuffed them into Chang Jiyu's hands. Chang Jiyu received it in a daze, then a surge of gratitude filled his heart. This is a father's love. How many poets have praised a father's love as heavy as a mountain, as deep as the sea? Today, I finally feel it. Father. Chang Jiyu sobbed emotionally. Looking at Fang Yuan, he kneeled down. A young eagle's wings will not become as hard as steel without going through the tempering of wind and frost. A young horse will not be able to gallop like the wind without experiencing a fall. I have already heard the report on Chang tribe's matters, but I will not care. Become strong. Accept this tempering, take over the tribe, and use this to establish your prestige. This is what you need to do. I'll be watching you from behind the scenes, Feng Yuan said. Lord Father, this child is ashamed. Being so attentive to by his biological father made Chang Jiyu excited. This made him feel a sense of fear. Feng Yuan waved his hand. I know your concerns. Was he worried that his aptitude was insufficient and it would be difficult for him to break through to rank 5? Don't worry, not only will I raise your aptitude, I will also teach you a set of strength path killer move. It will be extremely powerful. This is my special skill, even during the final battle of the royal court. I only used 30% of my power. Chang Jiyu couldn't help gaping, pleasantly surprised. His father actually had a method to raise his aptitude and was even going to teach him a strength path killer move. This set of strength path killer moves was what father had used in the decisive battle against my tribe, and that was only 30% of its power. Father, you are my biological father after all. Although adoptive father Chang Biao treated me very well, compared to my biological father, it was nothing. This was the deepest bond in the bloodline. Lord Father, he is going to nurture me. He is going to vigorously groom me. After the shock, Chang Jiyu's heart surged with even greater joy. Next, I will raise your aptitude. Relax your mind and calm your mind. Sleep, have a good sleep first. Feng Yuan's voice was warm and gentle, while secretly activating a hypnosis goo. Chang Jiyu's mood had fluctuated greatly. He was already exhausted. Under the effect of the goo worm, Feng Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. Under the effect of the goo, he soon fell asleep. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, taking out blood skull goo. This goo had a crystal-like texture. It was the size of a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. Right now, it was full of fresh blood. It was scarlet, flickering with demonic blood light. This blood, it was obtained by Feng Yuan secretly killing Chang tribesmen these days. The sleeping Chang Jiyu's lips curled up. A smile of happiness appeared on his face. He would never have thought that the main culprit who had been assassinating Chang tribesmen these days was the biological father he adored and worshipped the most. Even outsiders like He Lulan were kept in the dark, not suspecting Feng Yuan. Go. Feng Yuan willed. Blood skull goo slowly flew out of his palm, circling around Chang Jiyu. Next, blood skull goo stopped above Chang Jiyu's head, opening its mouth and spitting out a thick stench of blood. The blood directly entered Chang Jiyu's head, skin, hair, following his meridians, finally gathering in his aperture. Chang Jiyu's aptitude started to rise slowly but steadily. By the time Chang Jiyu woke up, Feng Yuan had already disappeared. The previous encounter was like a dream, causing Chang Jiyu to be suspicious. But the pile of goo worms and sufficient food on the ground was the best proof, proving that everything had really happened. Heavens, my aptitude really rose. It is now 96%. After inspecting his aperture, Chang Jiyu shouted in joy. Stay here and cultivate properly these few days. Use all the relic goo that father left behind. This way, your cultivation will reach rank 5 upper stage. The other goo worms on the ground were temporarily lent to you by me. There is an east window goo inside that records the details of the killer move. Just practice according to it. An echo entered Chang Jiyu's ears. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. This is father's voice. Lord Father, your son will definitely not disappoint you. Your son will definitely become a rank 5 goo master and master the killer move. Chang Jiyu's heart surged with unbounded heroism and fighting spirit. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out a yellow gold relic goo and placing it in his aperture. Feng Yuan had been observing in secret. This is the person you chose to test the goo on? He is really not bad. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sneered, but in the east window goo, you specially pointed out the flaws of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The goo worms you lent him were also not tampered with. Aren't you afraid he will remember the flaws and use them carefully, not turning into a heavenly zombie? Mo Yao, you don't need to worry. I still have this bit of ability to grasp people's hearts. You haven't used the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but when you turn into a heavenly zombie, that feeling of endless power is so intoxicating. Even I am mesmerized by it. Chang Jiyu is a young man. His temperament is lacking in self-control. When he practices the killer move, he naturally needs to find wolf groups to practice with. This is my territory. When the time comes, I just need to guide him and he won't become a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan's tone was confident. You humans are just so crafty and sinister. Just like this blood skull goo that you used. Us Inkmen would never refine this kind of evil goo worm to harm our own clansmen. Imo ridiculed. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, the representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That would require me to have the ability to stop it. Moreover, why should I stop your human race's internal strife? I can't wait for all of you humans to die. Only then will there be space for us variant humans to survive. Imo rolled his eyes. Her identity was very peculiar. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House and had an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing, but she was also an Inkman and not a pure human. She looked at the humans killing each other like how the humans looked at the snowmen, or the feeling of beast groups fighting each other. But, do I really not have the ability to stop it? Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt in his heart. 3 days later, Chang Jiyu used Relic Goo and successfully raised his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage. Next, he started to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King without stopping. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, he was intoxicated by the killer move's vast power, gradually forgetting the killer move's flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, an intense battle of attrition was created. In the intense battle, Chang Jiyu charged left and right, fighting to his heart's content and forgetting the time. By the time the battle ended, he discovered to his horror that he had already turned into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared in front of him again. "Father, save me." Chang Jiyu, who had turned into a monster, knelt on the ground. He anxiously asked for help. "My son, how did you become like this?" Fang Yuan was greatly shocked and asked angrily, "I had clearly warned you not to overuse this killer move. How could you forget this most crucial thing?" "Father, I am ashamed. I was muddle-headed and forgot the time. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late for regrets." "Father." Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground and looking at Fang Yuan with teary eyes. Right now, he was neither human nor ghost. His only hope was on Fang Yuan. "Sai, this is difficult. In this state, even if I use yin-yang rotation goo, I won't be able to save you. This killer move's power is peerless, but it is also because of this that the repercussions are extremely severe. Even I, your father, have no way." Fang Yuan spread his arms. His expression was one of grief, anger, and conflict. Even father, you have no way?" Chang Jiyu knelt on his knees and walked towards Fang Yuan's feet. His expression was one of disappointment and fear. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly. "This killer move has a great origin. I took a great risk and barged into a goo immortal inheritance, risking my life to obtain this immortal killer move." "This is an immortal killer move? No wonder it is so powerful." Chang Jiyu was stupefied. Although Fang Yuan had a tall and imposing image in his mind, compared to a goo immortal, he was undoubtedly inferior. Chang Jiyu had always been Chang tribe's young tribe leader. Although he was not familiar with goo immortals, he was by no means a stranger. "I was wrong. I made a huge mistake. How could I be so eager for quick success?" Chang Jiyu cried loudly. His voice was as sharp and unpleasant as an owl's. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, crying, "Father, your son has failed to live up to your ardent expectations. Your son was wrong. Your son has let you down. No, it is precisely like this. I needed you to become like this." Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he helped Chang Jiyu up. "My son, how many times have I told you? Don't cry. You can't cry. Although you were wrong, I, your father, am also at fault. These days, I have only been exploring this labyrinth round and did not take care of you at all times. Your father believes that there is always a way out. We will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There will definitely be a way. Believe in your father. Believe in yourself." Fang Yuan's words were sincere, his eyes slightly teary. "Father, Chang Ji-yu cried continuously. He was thoroughly moved. He had turned into a monster. He did not even dare to look at his own face. But his father Chang Shan-in did not feel disgusted. It was clearly his son's fault, but he still took the blame. Now that his son had become like this, he still did not give up. This is the deepest bond between father and son. This is my father, my biological father. Chang Ji-yu was extremely moved. A flame of hope was ignited in his heart of despair. He had the confidence to continue living. Child, you should stay here for now. Let me think about how I can change you back to your original state. As for Chang tribe, father will take care of it. Don't worry, rest well here, with us father and son working together. Why would we be afraid of a mere killer-moved dead object? Fang Yuan's words made Chang Ji-yu feel like he had found his backbone. Chapter 596. Ah! The mournful screams almost pierced through the eardrums. Chang Ji-yu's body trembled in pain. His muscles bulged as the 6 monstrous arms on his back danced chaotically, stirring up the wind like thunder. But Fang Yuan only needed one hand to firmly press him in the air. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he controlled his goo worms while shouting, "My son, endure. This is the time." Chang Ji-yu was in so much pain that he almost lost his reason. This was inhuman pain. Even though he had transformed into a heavenly zombie and had almost no sense of pain, he could still feel every inch of his skin and muscles being mercilessly and cruelly torn apart. But Fang Yuan's words were like a clear spring, pouring into Chang Ji-yu's heart. Chang Ji-yu endured with all his might, and finally, just as he was about to faint, the intense pain dissipated like the tide. Success, success? Chang Ji-yu breathed roughly. His head was splitting. He barely opened his eyes and saw that the skin on his arms had already turned back into fresh flesh and blood. Even the 6 monstrous arms that grew out of his back showed signs of shrinking. Nothing was more attractive to Chang Ji-yu than returning to his human form. At this moment, he almost cried tears of joy. Not good. Suddenly, Fang Yuan spoke with a gloomy tone. Chang Ji-yu's newly recovered arms almost instantly turned back into a heavenly zombie state, turning into a withered tree. The 6 arms on his back also grew back, extremely stubborn. No, no. Why did they turn back? Father! Chang Ji-yu screamed in panic, subconsciously asking for help from Fang Yuan. But when he saw the feigned exhaustion on Fang Yuan's face, Chang Ji-yu could not cry out. Father is tired. That's right. Father has been helping me these days, thinking of close to 100 methods without sleeping or resting. Who knows how many goo worms have been wasted? At least the rank 5 goo I saw. There were 70 to 80. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because of my carelessness, a huge mistake. Father, your son has let you down. Chang Ji felt heartache and shame, but also felt the blissful feeling of a child being taken care of by a wolf king, like grass being sheltered by a tree. Damn it, this heavenly corpse is really tenacious. Even this method doesn't work. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He asked in his mind, Mo Yao, what other methods do you have? Tell me quickly. Fang Yuan had come up with more than a dozen methods, but they had all been rejected before. Mo Yao was the one who came up with the idea for the experiment. This was also one of Fang Yuan's plans. On one hand, it was to constantly test Chang Ji-yu. He was trying to find a way to return to his human state. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity to stimulate Mo Yao's will to think continuously and consume her power. Mo Yao pondered for a moment before saying, there's another way, but it's more dangerous. The person testing the goo will suffer 3 times the pain of the previous test. It's extremely likely that he'll die from the pain. He is a heavenly corpse. He could be considered dead. Why would he die from pain? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He can only be considered half a dead man. His body is dead, but his soul is still left in his body. Unless his soul is sucked into the door of life and death, only then can he be considered truly dead. Mo Yao explained. The door of life and death was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. It was very famous and was recorded in the legends of Renzu. The current era was different from the immemorial antiquity era. The door of life and death had disappeared long ago and had changed owners several times. Their control over departed spirits was greatly reduced. That was why monsters like zombies existed. If this was during Renzu's era, there would be no zombies in the world. Mo Yao's method was extremely risky. It could cause the person's soul to shatter and disintegrate from the pain. Once Chang Ji-yu's soul shattered, he would die completely. Mo Yao urged again, "Lad, there are gains and losses in everything. The killer move's power is unparalleled, but the flaws are hard to make up for. These days, you have experimented so many times and spent your family's wealth. You even borrowed money from He tribe and others. You are already aware of the difficulty. This is my final method. I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous. There is a slim chance of survival. Whether to use this method or not, it is up to you. This son of yours has already completely transformed into a heavenly corpse. His battle strength is outstanding. He is a very good fighting force. He also listens to your words. Sacrificing him like this is really too much of a pity. I advise you to keep him by your side and dispatch him." Fang Yuan did not speak. "Father, please rest more. This son is not in a hurry." On the other side, Chang Ji-yu also said. Fang Yuan looked over. Although Chang Ji-yu had transformed into a heavenly corpse and had an ugly appearance, his eyes were still clear, filled with admiration and worship towards him. Fang Yuan smiled. "Child, father has already thought of a good method. This method is extremely dangerous. Your life will be in danger. But the possibility of success is very high. Father is currently hesitating." Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed faintly. Although Fang Yuan said so, Chang Ji-yu, who hated himself and was determined to recover, only had one choice when he heard it. Sure enough, when Chang Ji-yu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes blossomed with a strange light. "Lord Father, please use this method. This son's current appearance is simply worse than death." Fang Yuan gazed into Chang Ji-yu's eyes. "But, you are my only child, father," Chang Ji-yu cried, prostrating on the ground. He hugged Fang Yuan's calf. "This son also cannot bear to part with you. But this son really does not dare to continue living with this kind of face. Even if there is only a trace of hope, this son will still strive to struggle." Fang Yuan was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. "Never mind. People always have to live according to their own wishes. Father also cannot bear to let you continue to suffer like this. Rest for a few days. Let father prepare a bit. After a few days, we will make our final attempt." After a few days. Chang Ji-yu's voice was already hoarse. "Persevere a bit more." Fang Yuan's gaze was warm. His heart as calm as ice as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Ji-yu's screams suddenly stopped. This was the 307th time he fainted from the pain. Truly useless. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he snorted in dissatisfaction, stopping the goo worm's activation. This experiment had to be carried out when Chang Ji-yu was conscious, otherwise it would be useless. Chang Ji-yu fainting meant that his soul had already shattered, reaching the brink of collapse once again. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop, using a soul path goo worm to slightly nourish his soul. I said before, this method does not have much hope. Let's leave Chang Ji-yu alive. In his mind, Mo Yao advised in a compassionate tone. Fang Yuan snorted. His eyes narrowed as a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. "Try again. Try one last time." Chang Ji-yu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He saw Fang Yuan standing at the side. In his eyes, his father was haggard and exhausted. This made his heart wrench. Tears flowed down his eyes in shame as he choked with sobs. "Father, let's try again. Don't be discouraged. Don't lose heart." Fang Yuan consoled with a smile. "Father, if I still faint from the pain this time, don't try again. Father, this is all my fault. You really should have a good rest." Chang Ji-yu said, "All right, after trying this time, it is time to have a good rest." Fang Yuan sighed. The deep meaning in his tone was not something Chang Ji-yu could sense. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, other goo worms were added. Some of these goo worms stopped on Chang Jiyu's face, some burrowed into his skin, some mixed into his blood vessels and flowed into his heart. Ah! The intense pain came again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth and growled. Soon, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, his expression distorted. Fang Yuan's hands moved methodically, adding goo worms one after another. The more goo worms there were, the more intense Chang Jiyu's pain. He struggled with all his strength. His eyes rolled back, losing his rationality from the pain. He was in a state of madness. Stop. His soul won't be able to hold on for much longer, Mo Yao advised in his mind. But Fang Yuan seemed not to have heard it, continuing to add goo worms. Enough. This number has already surpassed all previous attempts. Chang Jiyu really can't hold on any longer. Mo Yao could not bear to watch. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. No reply. You are too reckless. If this goes on, he will die completely. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. How can I not take some risks? Fang Yuan sneered, increasing the number of goo worms to the maximum. His eyes shone with excitement. Add in 3 more goo worms and I will be able to see the effect. This is the 3rd one. Good. This is the 2nd one. Wonderful. There is only one left. Success or failure depends on this. Ugh. Fang Yuan's expression turned sluggish. The surrounding goo worms suddenly scattered like fireworks. Chang Jiyu no longer struggled, motionlessly floating in the air. He was dead. The pain was enough to make one's soul fly away. But his expression was very serene. The surroundings returned to silence. You are the one who caused his death. In his mind, Mo Yao's voice was ice-cold. I am the one who caused his death. Fang Yuan's brows slightly raised, lightly laughing. He died a worthy death. At least I know how stubborn the flaw of this killer move is. Mo Yao did not speak again, as if she was ashamed of Fang Yuan's cold-blooded and despicable actions. She concealed her figure, disappearing from Fang Yuan's mind. The smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared. He increasingly realized that Mo Yao's will in his mind was an extremely huge threat. Did she know the method to deal with the flaw of 6-arm, Heavenly Zombie King killer move? Did she know the correct method, but purposely did not want to say it? Or did she not want to think, in case she weakened herself? Especially when the killer move's flaw was so severe. At the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will would suddenly attack his mind, causing Fang Yuan's thoughts to become chaotic. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop the killer move, it was impossible. What goo did Mo Yao's will use? These days, I have been collecting Wisdom Path information from all over, and also purchased many Wisdom Path goo worms that can condense wills. But I've never found any worm that can produce such a mysterious, unfathomable will like hers. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower has almost 60 floors. He Lulan is attacking the 39th floor with all her strength. It seems that her target is most likely wooden chicken goo. Chapter 597. After coming to Imperial Court Blessed Land for so long, and entering 88-point Zhenyang Tower many times, Fang Yuan had never forgotten his original intention of coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Deng Hun Mountain. And to save Deng Hun Mountain, he needed landscape as before goo. To obtain this goo, there were many difficulties, and the key lay in one person. This person was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ever since Tai Bai Yunsheng joined He Tribe Army, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan had obtained a piece of information after He Lulan obtained a one-edge owner token and could check the rewards of every round. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately went to ask about the existence of lifespan goo. But back then, 88-point Jinyang Tower did not have lifespan goo. Only when the 55th floor condensed did He Lulan tell Tai Bai Yunsheng that she had found a 15-year lifespan goo. After the 55th floor condensed, He Lulan confirmed the location of the lifespan goo. It was the reward at the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yunsheng put all his energy into attacking the 55th floor. He incited goo masters many times to gather large groups and charge through the obstacles. Relying on his prestige, wealth, and asking for help from experts like He Lulan, he made good progress. Hard work pays off. Tai Bai Yunxing expended all his wealth and finally reached the 85th round. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see Tai Bai Yunxing get what he wanted. Tai Bai Yunxing was old and did not have much lifespan left. It was normal for him to want to use lifespan goo to extend his lifespan. But if he really obtained this lifespan goo, he would not take the risk of ascending to immortal. If he did not take the risk of ascending to immortal, heaven and earth would not sense him and form the immortal goo landscape as before. Without landscape as before goo, what could Fang Yuan use to save Deng Hun Mountain that was about to perish? Especially in the past few days, there was news that Tai Bai Yunxing had tried many times to break through, and there was hope. He didn't hesitate to put He Lulan on credit, and even promised He Lulan to join He tribe. The requirements to become an external elder. Thereupon, Tai Bai Yunxing used He tribe's funds to recruit a large number of experts. With a grand lineup, he charged into the 55th floor to make the final attack. In his previous life, Tai Bai Yunxing had risked his life to ascend to immortality. However, Fang Yuan was cautious. Not daring to take the risk, he decided to make a move personally. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan had originally planned to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, as he had to deal with the internal situation before dealing with the external situation. However, there was no progress on this matter. Now, he could only use the OP token and sneak into the 55th floor. Tai Bai Yunxing had already figured out the situation on the 55th floor. A magnificent river of blood flowed here. In the depths of the river stood a grand and majestic Blood Dao Palace. In the Blood Dao Palace, there were 3 main halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every palace had large numbers of Blood Dao Gu worms, as well as Blood Beast guards. Blood Dao Gu worms moved in groups and had majestic power. But as long as they spent time, eventually, there would be a time when they were exhausted. The troublesome ones were the Blood Beasts. After these Blood Beasts were killed, they would absorb the blood energy to revive after a short while. It could be said that there was no end to killing, and no end to killing. Tai Bai Yunxing's several attempts to charge in had all failed at the hands of these Blood Beasts. But in his last attempt, he inadvertently succeeded. He was pleasantly surprised to find. As long as he charged into the deepest part of the palace and took the token hanging on the main beam, the Blood Beasts in this hall would dissipate on their own. This discovery gave Tai Bai Yunxing a strong sense of confidence. He was penniless and did not hesitate to sell himself to He tribe to borrow funds. He gathered a group of Gu masters and charged through this round. When Fang Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yunxing's group had already charged through 33 auxiliary halls. They were currently engaged in an intense battle in the majestic main hall. Fang Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token and with a thought, this floor instantly fell into his control. The 6-edge owner token allowed Fang Yuan to control 6 floors of True Yang building. Fang Yuan had once used one chance to control the 7th floor. Now, he was using the second chance to control this 55th floor. He Lulan had a 1-edge owner token and controlled the 5th floor. Fang Yuan willed as his body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared on the main beam of the main hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam. Not far from him was that crucial token. Holding his breath and concentrating, the scene of Tai Bai Yunxing's group fighting appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The deeper they went into the main hall, the more Blood Beast guards there were. The battle was extremely intense. Tai Bai Yunxing's group only had less than 50 people left. As they advanced, they suffered heavy casualties, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. 2 rank 5 Gu Master experts, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, took turns to be the spearhead of the group. As for Tai Bai Yunxing, as the number 1 healing Gu Master in Northern Plains, he was protected at the center of the group. He continued to use man as before Gu. Rays of white light shot out and shone on the corpses, reviving the Gu Master, or shone on the living, healing their injuries and restoring their primeval essence. But even though Tai Bai Yunxing was rank 5 peak stage, he was still in a difficult situation. Members of the group continued to fall. Although he tried his best, he could not save everyone. Countless blood beasts surged out from the corridors and rooms of the main hall, densely packed together and piled up on the group's path. The closer they got to the crucial token, the stronger the blood beasts were. Especially the blood beasts, they could absorb blood chi and recover quickly, reviving continuously. Tai Bai Yunxing's group advanced to this place, but the blood beasts behind them revived again and chased after them. The group's situation was getting more and more dangerous. No wonder in my previous life, Tai Bai Yunxing had to take the risk to ascend to immortal. This round's difficulty is quite high, unless a blood path Gu master takes action. Fang Yuan controlled this floor. He could see Tai Bai Yunxing's actions clearly. This round, to a blood path Gu master, was no different from an immortal realm. There were large numbers of blood path wild Gu that could be subdued, as well as pure blood beasts that could be devoured to raise their blood path cultivation. Unfortunately, blood path was not tolerated in this world. Because of blood sea ancestor, once a blood path Gu master appeared, they would immediately be chased by the righteous path. Because blood path battle strength could be raised quickly, even demonic path Gu masters were wary of them. Often, once a blood path Gu master was discovered, not only would they be chased by the righteous path, they would also be ambushed by demonic path Gu masters. In He tribe army, there was not a single blood path Gu master. Even if there was one, they would be hidden deeply and would not be used by Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan probed for a while and realized that Tai Bai Yunxing's chances of success were very slim. The worry in his heart, immediately, more than half of it dissipated. Fang Yuan lay on the beam, taking out the legends of Renzu. He played time while paying attention to Tai Bai Yunxing's movements. Charging into 88-point Jinyang Tower would also result in death. Fang Yuan wanted landscape as before Gu. He could not let Tai Bai Yunxing die now. Charge! We must break out of this encirclement. Otherwise, we will all die. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was covered in blood. He shouted with all his might to raise the morale. One bow, the blood fiends roared and roared furiously. Like a huge wave of blood, they pounced on the group. The main hall was peaceful. Fang Yuan leisurely flipped through the book in his hand and even adjusted his posture so that he could lie down more comfortably. Roar! A blood beast with the head of a tiger and body of a horse charged into the group of Gu masters, crazily biting and tearing at them. Of the two Gu masters who were attacked, one died and one was injured. Man as before. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. He waved his palm and a white light shot out. It shone on the injured Gu master. The Gu master in his hands immediately returned to his previous state. The terrifying injuries caused by the blood beasts disappeared. The injured Gu master breathed roughly, still in a state of shock, and temporarily retreated into the inner circle. The gap he left behind was immediately filled by others. But that dead Gu master's corpse was violently dragged out by the surrounding blood beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. He could not become an immortal. Even a rank 5 Gu master had limited primeval essence and needed to use it carefully. Moreover, this dead Gu master's Gu worms were severely damaged, especially his defensive Gu, which had been pierced and destroyed. Even if he was saved, he would be killed again. The remaining Gu masters cursed in pain, but could only look at their comrade's corpse. Dozens of blood beasts were crazily gnawing at them. Blood beasts were extremely sensitive to blood. A trace of blood would make them go crazy. They could strengthen themselves by devouring the blood of strong creatures. Soon, all the blood of the dead Gu master was sucked dry. The entire corpse turned into a dried corpse. It was a terrible sight to behold. The blood beasts that absorbed his blood started to grow human shapes. Some pupils turned into human pupils. Some grew a few human ears, while some grew nimble human arms. But because they wasted time devouring the corpse, the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest was greatly reduced. They took the chance to advance by dozens of steps. Fang Yuan flipped The Legends of Renzu to the 3rd chapter, section 14. Northern Dark Eye Soul saved his sister Gu at Desolatine. The two once again asked Cognition Gu about how to save their father. Cognition Gu said, "O humans, Chengbai Mountain has already disappeared. I do not know when or where it will form again. I do not know any other methods to save your father. But don't be discouraged. You can go and ask Wisdom Gu. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition." The student surpassed the master. What Cognition Gu did not know, Wisdom Gu might know. Northern Dark Eye Soul and Guyuad Desolate found Wisdom Gu under Cognition Gu's guidance. Wisdom Gu had a grudge with Renzu. Back then, Runzu had used rule and regulation goo to capture wisdom goo, but wisdom goo escaped in the end. At first, wisdom goo was not willing to help Northern Dark Eye Soul and Desolate Goo at Desolatine, but seeing that they were introduced by his mother Cognition goo, he said reluctantly, "Oh humans, I can give you some pointers, but I need a reward. One of you has to give me your middle age." "I will give you my middle age," Desolate Guyuad Desolate-ine immediately said without hesitation. She was awakened by her younger brother, Northern Dark Eye Soul, and the meaning of her life was to save her father, Renzu. Thus, she had no choice but to answer now. Northern Dark Eye Soul could not compete with her sister. She could only give up her middle age. This meant that once Guyuad Desolate-ine passed her youth, she would directly skip middle age and enter old age. But in order to save her father, she could not care so much. Wisdom Goo obtained Desolate Guyuad Desolate Yin's middle age and guided her. At the center of the golden desert in the west, there is a still sapphire sea. It is calm and smooth like a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All life in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea, there are many life goo that illuminate all living beings in the world. Dive into the sea. If you can find a human-shaped life goo, bring it ashore. This human-shaped life goo can give your father a new life. But pay attention to the time. You cannot exceed 15 minutes, otherwise you will be assimilated by the blue sea. At the end, the wisdom goo added, "It is not easy to find a human-shaped life goo. Only those who truly understand the true meaning of life can do it. If you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective." Desolate Guyuad Desolate-ine wanted to ask something, but Wisdom Goo flew away after saying so. It did not give the siblings any chance. Noisy roars and ghostly cries entered their ears. Blood beasts were like a tide, surging forward. Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest were like reefs, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts again and again, moving forward step by step with difficulty. Soon, we are only 300 steps away from the main hall. Only 300 steps left. Someone shouted, boosting morale. Careful. Suddenly, a Goo Master beside him warned. That morale-boosting Goo Master was dazed and was fiercely hit by a blood beast with a bear's body and dragon's head. Bam! The Goo Master's ribs were instantly shattered. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs spurted out. His body flew out, and the Goo Masters behind him tried their best to stop him. At once, the formation was in chaos and was in danger of collapsing. Hold on. Hold on. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. In such a situation, once the Goo Masters split up, they would immediately be torn to shreds by the surrounding blood beasts. Only when the Goo Masters huddled together could they have a chance of survival. But the Goo Masters retreated step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke through the defensive line and fiercely attacked. At once, miserable screams resounded. Many Goo Masters were still trying their best to recover their primeval essence. Caught off guard, they were torn to shreds by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast waved its sickle arm and charged at the front. Swoosh! A Goo Master's head was directly cut off by it. Blood gushed out of the neck, and the head was sent flying into the sky. Before it could fall, it was caught by the flying blood beast. With a gulp, it was swallowed into its stomach. But the bright red-hot blood fell down and splashed onto Tai Bai Yunqing's face. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly wiped it with his hand and barely opened his eyes. The thick smell of blood was pungent and even caused the blood beasts to roar. It's over. Tai Bai Yunqing's heart sank. At this time, a figure pounced over like a fierce tiger. Bam, bam, bam. After a few exchanges, the person killed the mantis blood beast, and at the last moment, stabilized the formation. It was Zhu Zai, a rank 5 Goo Master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved by him, as if they were pulled back from the edge of a cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price, and 3 new wounds appeared on his body, all deep to the bone. Tai Bai Yunqing saw this and quickly activated Man as before, healing him. Zhu Zai returned to his previous state, and the new wounds disappeared. At the same time, the primeval essence that was expended earlier also recovered. But the few expendable goo that he had used earlier were truly expended. Man as before could only target the human body and had no effect on other goo worms. This man as before has amazing effects, but it cannot be used on the body. Fong Yuan sighed and looked at the book in his hand. Guyue Desolate Een and Northern Dark Eye Soul trekked through the Golden Desert and saw the blue sea at the center of the desert. The blue sea was extremely beautiful. Just like Wisdom Goo said, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not cause any ripples in the blue sea. Under the cover of the soft golden sand, it was like a deep blue gem, quietly embedded in the golden silk. The siblings dived to the bottom of the sea and found that the bottom of the sea was filled with densely packed life goo. These life goo were like sapphires, but they were of different sizes and shapes. Some were like horses, some like tigers and leopards, some like eagles and pigeons, and some like snakes and dragons. The siblings carefully looked around and were dazzled. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, snowmen, hairy men, and all sorts of other life goo had been seen, but they could not find a human-shaped life goo. Helpless, the siblings could only get out of the sea and return to the shore. The moment they left the blue sea, the deer-shaped life goo that younger brother Northern Dark Eye Soul was playing with suddenly let out a gentle light and jumped onto the sand, turning into a small deer. This was the birth of life. The siblings looked at this scene in amazement and stared with wide eyes. Only when the deer jumped far away did Sister Guyue Desolate Een suddenly realize. No wonder Wisdom Goo said those words at the end and directly flew away without letting us ask. I understand the true meaning of life now. The true meaning of life. What is that? Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly asked. Desolate Guyue Desolate Een pointed at the blue sea in front of them. She asked, say, if we really find a life goo that is a human-shaped sapphire, if we bring it out, what will it turn into? Northern Dark Eye Soul thought for a moment and answered, like that deer, it will turn into a real living being. Saying this, he suddenly froze. Desolate Guyue Desolate Een smiled at him. It seems you understand. We are such living beings. We are formed from life goo. We are human-shaped sapphires. Northern Dark Eye Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Goo had already said it clearly. This blue sea is the source of all living beings. All life in the world originates from here. Humans naturally originated from here. Their father, Renzu, was once a sapphire at the bottom of the sea. By chance, he came out of the sea and became a living being. He roamed the world and struggled to survive until he reached this step. But humans are the spirit of all living beings. How many human-shaped sapphires were there in this huge blue sea? There were definitely very few of them, and it was very likely that there was only Renzu. Wanting to find a small sapphire in this huge sea, how big of a project was this? This was even more difficult than Desolate Guyue Desolate Een at Chungbai Mountain. Finding the only success goo was 1,000,000 times more difficult. I know a way to get human-shaped life goo as soon as possible. Desolate Guyue Desolate Een suddenly said. What way? Northern Dark Eye Soul suddenly had a bad premonition. Desolate Guyue Desolate Een smiled. That is to let me sink to the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, becoming a life goo again. Although Desolate Guyue Desolate Een had become a monster, he was still a human in essence. The essence of life had not changed. Since he was a human, once he assimilated, he would become a human-shaped sapphire life goo. This deduction was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Goo said, pay attention to time. He could not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise he would be assimilated by the blue sea. Wisdom Goo's words were not nonsense. Wisdom Goo also said, if you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective. From this sentence, it was very likely that there were no more human-shaped sapphire in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to find human-shaped life goo. In that case, don't blame Wisdom Goo, it is you who cannot do it. No, sister, you cannot sacrifice yourself like this. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly stopped her, although he wanted to save his father, but he was not willing to sacrifice his own sister. I can do it. The meaning of my life is to save my father. Desolate Guyue Desolate Een replied calmly. Northern Dark Eye Soul was suddenly speechless. He was the one who gave Desolate Guyue Desolate Een this meaning of life, and desolate Guyuad Desolating lived for this. In other words, if she saved her father, then her life would have no meaning. What was the point of continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, she could save her father. This was the greatest meaning of desolate Guyuad Desolating's life. Humans are the gems of heaven and earth. It is just that whether a gem is bright or not, we need to carve it ourselves. Every effort we make, every choice we make, is a carving. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing their lives. Desolate Guyuad Desolating said this leisurely before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark-Eyed Soul tried his best to stop it, but he could not. Desolate Guyuad Desolating had become a monster with unparalleled strength. He was not its match. 15 minutes later, Desolate Guyuad Desolating was assimilated by the blue sea, turning into a human-shaped sapphire. But this sapphire was not in the shape of a complete human. It was missing a small part. This was because earlier, Desolate Guyuad Desolating had traded his middle age to wisdom Gu. People often spend half of their lives before they understand what life is. Northern Dark-Eyed Soul held back his tears as he left the golden desert with this sapphire. He did not feel the joy of success, but instead fell into great guilt. In a way, he was the one who caused his sister's death. 50 steps left. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted with all his might. After advancing with great difficulty, his companions fell every few moments. The intense battle had reduced the Gu masters beside him to only 5. But success was right in front of him. Let's work harder. I want to tear these blood beasts to pieces. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang stood on the left and right of Tai Bai Yunsheng, protecting him as they shouted to raise the morale. 30 steps. 2 fell, only Tai Bai Yunsheng, Zhu Zai, and Gao Yang were left. The surrounding blood beasts bared their fangs and claws, looking sinister and terrifying. They advanced wave after wave, hundreds and thousands of them. 10 steps. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exerted all their strength, but because their Gu worms were overused, they suffered great losses and their primeval essence was almost depleted. This old man swears that I will repay you greatly in the future. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shined, his tone extremely sincere. Old sir, what are you saying? We were saved by you back then. Without old sir, we would not be here today. Old sir's life-saving grace is as heavy as a mountain. Even if we die today, we will repay your kindness. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai replied emotionally. The righteous path also has hypocrites, but the demonic path has true heroes. 5 steps. Save me. Zhu Zai shouted and pounced forward, disregarding defense. He wanted to perish together with the blood beasts blocking the way. Tai Bai Yunsheng stretched out his palm, but could not summon white light. He shouted, "Oh no, my primeval essence is depleted." This terrible news caused Gao Yang's face to turn pale. All along, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been the core. With the continuous support of man as before Gu, they were able to advance so deeply. No worries, no blood beasts dare to enter the main hall. As long as I enter the main hall and recover, Zhu Zai can still be saved. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted again. Gao Yang's spirit was roused. Tai Bai Yunsheng was right. Although the blood beasts tore the corpses apart, their main purpose was to absorb the blood. As long as most of the corpses were still there was hope of saving Zhu Zai. Howl! In the next moment, a giant python-like blood beast suddenly appeared behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Gao Yang in one gulp. 2 steps. The main hall's door was right in front of him. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was riddled with injuries. He staggered out from the gap between the blood beasts. At the crucial moment, he used his last precious primeval essence to create a golden armor, blocking the attacks for him. Arrived. Only by sacrificing one's life can one obtain life. Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, I will remember your sacrifice. Tai Bai Yunsheng used all his remaining strength and pushed open the main hall's door. He fell down in the main hall. The blood beasts behind him roared and bared their fangs, but did not dare to enter the main hall. Just like what Tai Bai Yunsheng had observed earlier. Tai Bai Yunsheng laid on the ground, without a trace of strength. The injuries all over his body brought him intense pain. He breathed heavily for a few times, before suddenly laughing loudly, his laughter mixed with sobs. His face was covered in tears. There are 3 main palaces and 69 auxiliary palaces in this trial. If I can clear all of them in the stipulated time, I will get a high-grade assessment. Clearing 2 main halls and 46 side halls is a middle-grade assessment. I cleared 1 main hall and 23 side halls, but I can only get a low-grade assessment. But I got lifespan goo. A 15-year lifespan goo can increase my lifespan by 15 years. 15 years. Chapter 598. Fang Yuan lowered his head, looking at the unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was the culprit behind Tai Bai Yunsheng's fainted body. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood, lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut. He was riddled with injuries. His snow-white hair had coagulated with blood. He no longer had the demeanor of the number 1 healing goo master in Northern Plains. Just a few steps away, outside the main hall's door, a sea of blood beasts were roaring. The clamorous sound waves continuously surged towards them. Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at them, saying softly, "Shut up." In an instant, there was dead silence outside. The blood beasts shut their mouths, kneeling on the ground like obedient cats and dogs, not moving an inch. Fang Yuan used the 6-edge owner token to control this floor. He was the owner of this floor, and these blood beasts were naturally under his control, obeying his will and following his commands. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering this floor, quietly sensing. Right now, there were still many goo masters left in this round. Among these goo masters, a portion were pulled in by Tai Bai Yunsheng, but were eliminated in the previous battles. There was also a portion of scouts from various forces. All of them were investigative goo masters. They came from He tribe, Ma tribe, Yilui tribe, and other forces, paying close attention to the success or failure of Tai Bai Yunsheng's trip. As for this main hall, other than the withered corpses on the ground, only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left. Fang Yuan closed the main hall's door, half squatting on the ground. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's head. The goo worms were already prepared. He activated them one after another. Soon, a faint white light shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, becoming the only source of light in the dark main hall. The white light became brighter and brighter. Tai Bai Yunsheng's face gradually showed a painful expression, his brows furrowing deeper. After a while, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes. There were no pupils, only sclera. The whites of his eyes shined with a faint light. At the same time, large amounts of images appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. All of Tai Bai Yunsheng's memories from his old age to his youth were extracted by Fang Yuan. An old man was walking in Northern Plains. The sky was vast and the land was vast. The grass was swaying in the wind. The wolves howled. "Old mister, we brothers will never forget your kindness of saving our lives." Gao Yang and Zhu Zai knelt down at his feet. The purple-haired old beggar opened his mouth, revealing his few teeth as he laughed weirdly. "What kind of goo master do you want to be?" "Heh. I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here." This kid looks pretty good. I'll choose him." In Inkman City, an Inkman pointed at the young Tai Bai Yunsheng and laughed heartily. Even further back, when he was even younger. Why? Why did you betray me?" On the night of their wedding, Tai Bai Yunsheng stumbled and fell. Shouts of killing could be heard from outside the tent. His wife's face was filled with coldness and hatred as she slowly approached him. Her eyes were filled with an ominous glint as she gritted her teeth. Tai Bai Yunsheng, if you want to hate someone, then hate your parents. It was them who annexed my tribe and killed my parents. I want to take revenge for them. Childhood, my son. You are the next tribe leader of my Tai Bai tribe. Don't cry. Don't let your sympathy overflow. To survive in Northern Plains, we need to harden our hearts. In the future, you will lead our Tai Bai tribe. His father reprimanded him severely. "Oh!" Fang Yuan screamed in pain. In his mind, scenes flashed continuously, narrating Tai Bai Yunsheng's legendary life. Such a grand piece of information was a huge impact and damage to Fang Yuan's mind. Fortunately, the scenes were not endless. There would be an end eventually. After reading through Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Fang Yuan immediately stopped his goo worms and sat on the ground. He breathed roughly. His whole body was covered in sweat. A long while later, his pupils regained their focus. Soul-searching was not a simple matter. Especially when Feng Yuan was worried about Tai Baiyunsheng's safety, he did not want to harm him. Thus, he had to bear most of the pressure himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Baiyunsheng was still in a deep slumber. However, his originally tightly knitted brows had relaxed. His breathing was stable, his expression peaceful. Instead, Feng Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. "I didn't find it." He sighed in regret. "Didn't find what?" In his mind, Mo Yao's could not help but ask in confusion. Feng Yuan's actions made her curious. Feng Yuan did not answer her, but his frown deepened. Regarding the important plan of landscape as before Gu, how could he tell Mo Yao? Landscape as before Gu was an immortal Gu that Tai Baiyunsheng obtained after he became an immortal. Rumors said that this Gu was created when Tai Baiyunsheng became an immortal. Heaven and earth resonated with him, causing a burst of divine light. But there was another possibility. Tai Baiyunsheng already had the immortal recipe of landscape as before in his mind. If he really had the Gu recipe, then Feng Yuan could steal it, as well as river as before and mountain as before Gu, and bring them to Langya blessed land, asking the land spirit of Langya to refine the immortal Gu for him. This way, he would not need to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and the danger would be greatly reduced. But after Feng Yuan's soul searched, the result was terrible. Feng Yuan did not find the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before. This meant that the rumors were true. Landscape as before Gu was indeed obtained by Tai Baiyunsheng when he became an immortal. Heaven and earth resonated with him. This meant that if Feng Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal Gu, he would have to snatch it from the hands of Tai Baiyunsheng, who had become an immortal. Feng Yuan was not a Gu immortal yet. In Feng Yuan's memory, there were no successful cases of fighting an immortal as a mortal. It was no doubt harder than ascending to heaven. But what other choice did he have? Of the three choices back then, this was already the easiest one. His time and energy were invested into this plan. Although Feng Yuan did not have confidence, he could only take the risk and make preparations. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, Tai Baiyunsheng's figure appeared. "He is out. He is out." What is the result? Someone saw Tai Baiyunsheng charge into the main hall. "Oh no, Lord Tai Baiyunsheng is not moving. He seems to have fainted." The surrounding Gu masters immediately gathered around. Looking at him, everyone's expression changed. Tai Baiyunsheng's injuries were incomparably heavy. They were secretly shocked. "He is still breathing." Someone stretched out his finger and checked Tai Baiyunsheng's breathing, shouting, "Quick! Who is a healing Gu master? Who is the healing Gu master? Quickly stabilize old lord's injuries." Let me. I am also a healing Gu master." Many healing Gu masters took the initiative to help. Tai Baiyunsheng's reputation and benevolence had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Undoubtedly, he was more popular than He Lulan and Chang Shanin. Even Lord Tai Baiyunsheng suffered such heavy injuries. Sigh. "I am afraid our large-scale attempt this time has failed." Someone sighed. "The time limit is over. Most of the Gu masters have not returned. The casualties this time are too severe." Did anyone see Lord Gaoyang and Lord Zhu Zai come out? Someone suddenly realized and asked. Everyone looked around, looking at each other. No one saw Gaoyang and Zhu Zai's figures. And in 88-point Jinyang Tower, that round still existed. Only that Gu masters were not allowed to enter for a short period of time. Everyone was very clear on what this meant. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such heavy casualties caused the square to fall into silence. When Tai Baiyunsheng opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed, his body extremely weak. He could not even get up. Seeing him open his eyes, the servant girl beside him immediately shouted in joy, "Old sir, you are awake? You are finally awake. Someone come quickly, someone come quickly. Old sir is awake." Soon, Tai Baiyunsheng heard a series of hurried footsteps. A group of healing Gu masters. They came to his side and checked his body together. "Lord Elder, don't worry, your injuries are no longer a problem. But you are old. The injuries this time are quite severe and have damaged your foundation. You need to take care of yourself in the future, especially in the next few months. Your body is weak and cannot take nourishment. You need to recuperate quietly. The leader of the Healing Gu Masters consoled him. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not hesitate to agree to He Lulan's request in order to lead the group to charge through the round. He had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was unfocused. He had been in a daze since he woke up, but after hearing this, he recovered a trace of spirit and asked, "Where is this?" Returning to Lord Elder, "This is Lady He Lulan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in the round and narrowly escaped death, our clan leader has been very concerned and personally brought you here to recuperate. The servants have already reported it. I believe Lord Clan Leader will come to see you soon." It was still that leader who answered, "Failed in the round and narrowly escaped death?" Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. The memories in his mind started to recover. He recalled the final scene. He used his last trace of primeval essence to activate the defensive goo and successfully squeezed into the main hall from the encirclement of the blood beasts. But not long after, he fainted and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying in this place. That means I really failed in the round? Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone suddenly rose, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. Lord Elder. The group of Healing Gu Masters around the bed looked at each other, wanting to console him but unable to say anything. Thus, they could only lower their heads. In the room, there was silence. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze stared blankly. He was silent for a while before suddenly raising his head and laughing. "Ha, so I failed. I failed at the last step. I failed at the last step." He could not get up. He could only use his palm to slap the side of the bed and laugh crazily. Lord Elder, Lord Elder. The Healing Gu Masters panicked and quickly tried to persuade him. My pitiful Zhu Zai and Gao Yang. They sacrificed their lives to protect me. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were overflowing with tears, his laughter filled with grief. My condolences to Lord Elder. There is a limit to one's strength. Lord Elder has tried his best. Lord Elder, it is already a great fortune that you could come out alive. The dead cannot come back to life. Old sir, my condolences to you. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to persuade him. But these words, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears, were filled with sarcasm. They were like needles stabbing into his heart. At the last moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng left behind his primeval essence and did not choose to save Zhu Zai and Gao Yang. But for himself, he activated the defensive goo and charged into the main hall. It was him. For his own selfish desires, he disregarded the sacrifice of his companions. Was this still Tai Bai Yunsheng? Was this still the publicly acknowledged and respected Tai Bai Yunsheng? The one who saved the dying and healed the injured? The one who saved people from suffering? Why did he do this? But at that crucial moment, he did not think at all. He chose to do this. He purposely sacrificed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in exchange for an opportunity, all for that 15-year lifespan goo reward. It was all for the sake of dragging out an ignoble existence. This choice made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel unfamiliar with himself. He felt ashamed, he felt inferior, and he felt remorse. Back then, he did not think or hesitate. But now, he had turned into a whip of morality, interrogating his soul and lashing his conscience. Tai Bai Yunsheng painfully closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone in the room knelt on the ground. He Lulan smiled as she walked to Tai Bai Yunsheng's bedside. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's pained expression, He Lulan frowned slightly but soon relaxed. Elder Tai Bai, I am very happy that you have awakened. I have already heard about the situation. You, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and the others have displayed the bravery of our Northern Plains men. Even though you lost, it was a glorious victory. As long as we learn from this lesson, we will definitely pass this round and turn defeat into victory. Wash away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open his eyes. He did not speak, but showed a pained expression. He had already understood the reason for his failure. After he entered the main hall, he successfully escaped the encirclement of the blood beasts and fell in the main hall. But after he succeeded, he laughed wildly in joy. His mood fluctuated greatly, and with his heavy injuries, he fainted. Passing this round, there was a time limit. When the time was up, the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng was forcefully transported out like the other Gu masters. He was only a step away from success, but he failed because he fainted. But such an ironic outcome was not the source of Tai by Yunsheng's pain. His pain was because he had betrayed his comrades for his own selfish desires. Was this still Tai by Yunsheng? Memories flashed in his mind, again and again. Since young, he had always believed in the power of love. Ever since he was a child, he had a good reputation. When Tai Bai tribe annexed other tribes, he saw his childhood playmate facing the tragic fate of becoming a female slave. He was the one who spoke, wanting to marry her. Thus, he forgave a group of captives. But on their wedding night, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted enemies and attacked his tribe, causing his parents to die. His subsequent life as a slave was filled with hardships. He had always been suffering from intense inner torment. Finally, one day, he kindly scooped a bowl of water for an old beggar he did not know. The old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first inheritance allowed one to bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance allowed one to control wind and float in the sky, roaming freely in the world. The third inheritance allowed one to transcend life and death, helping the common people. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the third inheritance. At that moment, he seemed to have found light in the darkness. His heart was no longer tormented. He had no regrets. He was reborn from the ashes. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter still lingered in his ears. Transcending life and death, helping the common people became his creed in life. For the rest of his life, he really did so. He received the gratitude of countless people. His benevolence spread far and wide. His radiance illuminated the whole of northern plains. He was a living legend. But now, he failed. His failure was not because he did not obtain lifespan Gu. It was because he betrayed his comrades. He betrayed his own creed in life. But all of this was done by himself without any hesitation. He used almost his entire life to establish and practice his own creed in life. But at that moment, he destroyed this creed himself. He saw another side of himself, his selfishness. He had once thought that he was that person in everyone's eyes, walking in the grassland under the setting sun, helping the common people, practicing medicine to save the world. But now, in his heart, this image was getting further and further away. He staggered along. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, his shadow became longer and longer. Chapter 599. He Lulan frowned as he walked out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's room. Experts do not get arrogant in victory and do not give up in defeat. To think that the famous Tai Bai Yunsheng is only as he was very dissatisfied with Tai Bai Yunsheng's mental state. Tai Bai Yunsheng is the #1 healer. If he is not in good condition, the difficulty of passing the rounds will increase by a lot. Thinking of this, He Lulan raised his head and looked up. At the top of the sacred palace, there were thousands of rays of light shooting out majestically. 67 floors had already condensed in 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was currently condensing the 68th floor. He Lulan looked at it with infatuation. A cold light of determination flashed in his eyes. In this 68th floor, there was a strength path immortal Gu. He Lulan had a one-edge owner token. He knew about this strength path immortal Gu the moment it was absorbed by 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was a rank 6 strength path immortal Gu. It was called Flying Bear Strength Gu. Flying Bear was a desolate beast. It had battle strength on par with Gu Immortals. Flying Bear Strength Gu could allow Gu Immortals to have a certain chance of summoning a Flying Bear Phantom when they attack, and unleash Flying Bear Divine Strength. This was the immortal Gu that He Lulan needed. With it, he could advance to a strength path Gu Immortal. I have to get this immortal Gu. With it, there will be hope for my revenge and my great plan. He Lulan clenched his fists, but he soon relaxed. His trusted aide, He Shu, ran over and knelt down at his feet. He Lulan's expression quickly returned to normal. Even in front of his trusted aide, he did not reveal a trace of his true emotions. Every day at this time, He Shu would come and report the situation of the experts in the sacred palace. Lord Changshan Yin. He is still at the 90th round of the 7th floor. There is still no progress. Lord Yi Lui Sang is at the 49th floor. I broke through the 81st round and lost 30% of my Gu Masters. He Lulan completely opened the 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public. This was a rare act of generosity, and it caused everyone to crazily explore the true Yang Tower. Even if every guest token was sold at a sky-high price, there would still be countless people scrambling for it. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Blinded by greed, many people died in battle, including Tai by Yunxing this time. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Hao Ji Lu, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, 5 rank 5 experts had already fallen. This was a huge loss for He Lulan. The smaller the strength he could use, the harder it would be for him to obtain Flying Bear Strength Gu. Of course, he completely opened up the 88-point Jinyang Tower. There were also certain benefits. The Gu Masters who participated, as long as they survived, most of them would experience rapid growth. There were also many Gu Masters who succeeded. There were many new rank 4 and 5 faces. 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was originally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the benefit of his descendants. This 68th floor is the focus of our tribe. It is even more important than the 39th floor. This is a mission specially given by a certain supreme elder of our tribe. Thus, every bit of strength in the sacred palace needs to be cherished. He Shu, from today onwards, announced this news to the public. From today onwards, 88-point Jinyang Tower is closed. Everyone has to listen to my orders. Break through the 68th floor. True Yang Tower will be reopened. He Lulan instructed, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Hearing this was a mission from a certain supreme elder. He Shu's body shook, his expression turning extremely solemn. Go and do it. He Lulan waved his hand. He Shu quickly accepted the order and left. Every imperial court contest was a game of chess played by Gu Immortals. Even the strongest Gu Master was just a chess piece on the chessboard. Gu Immortals would help a tribe participate in the imperial court contest in order to obtain certain immortal Gu. This was the most common situation. He Lulan was certain that closing 88-point Jinyang Tower might cause dissatisfaction, but with the reputation of He tribe's Gu Immortals, no one would dare to raise any objections. Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries are severe, but he only needs to rest for half a month before he can join the battle. After all, he is a healing Gu Master and is at the back of the battlefield. He needs lifespan Gu. To mobilize him, we can start from this aspect. Changshan Yin is competing with the 7th floor. His days are not going well. Because of his carelessness, his own son Chang Jiyu died in this round. To regain his reputation, he has to get through this round. But he asked for Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu from me earlier, and also owed me a huge amount of resources. I can still mobilize him. There is also Yi Lui Sang. He has a Fire Path Supplementary Immortal Gu. It can be of great help. I will use heavy enticement, of course. The most important thing is to mobilize the strength of Shuesong Zi, He Chung, and He Bai. It is time to send a letter to them. He Bai looked at He Lulan's letter and was extremely excited. After waiting for so long, Wooden Chicken Gu has finally appeared. To think it was in the 68th floor. He did not have the slightest doubt of the contents of this letter. After all, He Lulan was He Cheng's son, the current generation leader of He tribe. If his loyalty was to be doubted, then who else in this world could be trusted? At the side, He Cheng laughed heartily. Brother, you have waited until the moon is bright and the flowers bloom. Your hard work pays off. Did the letter mention the matter of Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Bai's face turned red. I am ashamed. I only cared about Wooden Chicken Gu and forgot about Nephew's situation. Nephew has the great strength true martial physique. He needs a Strength Path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal. Nephew also mentioned this matter in the letter, but unfortunately, the Strength Path Immortal Gu has not appeared yet. There is still no Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Cheng frowned. Previously, He Bai was worried about Wooden Chicken Gu and was comforted by He Chung. This time, it was He Bai's turn to comfort He Chung. Brother, don't worry, 88-point Jinyang Tower needs to condense a total of 88 floors. There are still 20 floors that have not condensed yet. Hei Ching nodded and sighed. Dark limit immortal goo can't be concealed any longer. This can be considered my son's last chance. Sigh. Man proposes, God disposes, let's leave it to fate. Hei Bai's heart was fervent as he changed the topic to wooden chicken goo. He reminded, Brother, time waits for no man. We need to quickly prepare. We need to provide some assistance to Hei Lulon. Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. Where is the place mentioned in the letter? Hei Ching slowly stood up from his seat. Hei Bai also stood up. It is near Demon Blood Hill. Let's go. The two Gu immortals were very straightforward. They immediately set off. Not long after, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in Northern Plains. Back then, the four great tribes of the Righteous Path had joined hands to exterminate the demonic Path Bandit group that had been wreaking havoc in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. This demonic Path Bandit group was extremely savage. Because of their deep background, they had the secret support of demonic Path Gu immortals. After an intense battle, the bandit group was completely exterminated. The Righteous Path's losses were not light. The blood of the demonic Path Gu masters dyed the entire hill red. Thus the later generations called it Demon Blood Hill. Hei Lulon's letter requested help. Two Hei tribe Gu immortals. They had already prepared for a long time. They would take it and leave. This trip was to help Hei Lulon get through the checkpoint as soon as possible. But 88-point Jinyang Tower was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Why did the two Hei tribe Gu immortals come here? This had to be explained from the structure of 88-point Jinyang Tower. As mentioned earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was formed from tens of thousands of small towers, and Divert Disaster Gu was one of its main cornerstones. The small towers were several li apart, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land and taking care of all parts of Northern Plains. Normally, they would absorb the wild Gu worms in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Every 10 years, these small towers would sink one after another. They would sacrifice the wild Gu in the towers, and at the same time, respond to the snow calamity in the outside world of Northern Plains. They would obtain mystical heavenly powers. These heavenly powers would plunder the whole of Northern Plains, taking the precious Gu resources of Northern Plains to the top of Imperial Court Blessed Land's sacred palace, thus forming a layer of 88-point Jinyang Tower. These layers would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal's idea was rejected by Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor was a refinement path great grandmaster. He took a different path and came up with a brilliant idea, refining the current 88-point Jinyang Tower. Every time 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Not only did it use the wild Gu in the small towers, it also used the Gu worms it absorbed. For example, the 68th floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower would first absorb Flying Bear Strength Gu and refine it, using its own strength to form the 100th round. Then it would absorb other strong Gu worms to form the 99th round. Next would be the 98th round, 97th round. It was like building a tall building. A heavy foundation had to be built first. If the Gu worms were not complete, then True Yang Tower would use Gu recipes, Yuan stone, or inheritance secrets to replace them. Everyone knew that the harder the round in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the greater the reward. Actually, it was because the greater the reward and the stronger the Gu worms, the harder the round would be. It could be said that every Gu worm absorbed was a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After countless Imperial Court contests and countless generations of sages and immortals research, they finally obtained the working mechanism of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, there were no loopholes in it. However, as time passed and the world changed, a loophole appeared, allowing Northern Plains Gu masters to make use of it. This loophole was in the refinement aspect. 88-point Jinyang Tower plundered Northern Plains, absorbing Gu worms and refining them, using their strength to form the round. What did one rely on to refine Gu worms? Will. Back then, how did Fong Yuan refine the liquor worm? He used primeval essence as the carrier, letting the Gu masters will continuously wear down the Gu worm's will, until the Gu worm was filled with the Gu master's will. Only then would the Gu worm become the Gu master's tool. When Fong Yuan refined Gu, He had used the immortal goo spring-autumn cicada to take advantage of the situation. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. Fang Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to suppress the low-rank goo worm's will, making it shrink to the side. Then, he poured his primeval essence into it, and his will entered, swallowing the goo worm's will that had shrunk to a point. 88-point Jinyang Tower was not a goo master, so what did it use to refine other goo worms? Giant Sun Immortal specially left his will for this. Giant Sun's will. When Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel, he had seen Giant Sun's will. It was truly grand like the sun, majestic and vast. In comparison, after Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel, the will he left behind was as tiny as an ant. 88-point Jinyang Tower used Giant Sun's will to refine goo worms. Immortal Venerables were invincible. Their wills were also invincible and could easily destroy any other wills. Thus, 88-point Jinyang Tower had never met with any difficulty when refining goo worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was no soul to provide a carrier, constantly thinking would lead to continuous consumption. To resist this astonishing consumption, wills would often choose to sleep. When Fang Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will, which was stored inside, woke up from its deep sleep. Although Giant Sun's will was as vast as the sun, Giant Sun Immortal had passed away for so many years, he was gradually unable to resist the power of time and chose to sleep. After Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88-point Jinyang Tower's goo refinement speed slowed down. Chapter 600. Fierce winds howled, and the blizzard wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which was covered in dark red grass, was now a vast expanse of white. The towering hill had also succumbed to the might of the 10-year blizzard, becoming as weak as a baby. Howl, howl, howl. Huge figures, at least 10 meters tall, were faintly discernible in the blizzard. These were weather monsters that would only appear in the blizzard, snow monsters. The bigger these snow monsters were, the stronger their battle strength. 10 meters tall snow monsters could battle rank 3 goo masters. 40 meters tall had the strength of a rank 4 goo master. 50 meters tall had the terrifying battle strength of a rank 5 goo master. Along with the blizzard, the snow monsters wreaked havoc in northern plains. They slowly gathered and concentrated their attacks on the few lucky survivors in northern plains. It brought a death blow to humans and all living things that were struggling at death's door. But everything had its vanquisher. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. By devouring the flesh and blood of snow monsters, snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even prolong their lifespan. Heibai and Heicheng stood at the peak of the towering Demon Blood Hill. They were wearing black robes and were especially conspicuous in the vast expanse of white snow. Beside them were the corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless the snow monsters reached 60 meters in size, no matter how many snow monsters there were, they would only be sending themselves to death when facing goo immortals. Heibai and Heicheng had been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, Heibai's expression shook as he sensed something, and his sharp gaze looked towards the left. There, a whirlpool of blizzard formed in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant hand completely made of blizzard, Flying Snow Hand. The Flying Snow Hand finished forming and grabbed towards Heibai and Heicheng. Haha, I was waiting for you. Heibai laughed heartily and flicked his finger. Large numbers of rank 5 goo worms flew out. Heicheng also did the same. The Flying Snow Hand grabbed these goo worms one by one and gripped them tightly. The snow hand collapsed and the goo worms inside disappeared, tightly gripped by a mighty force. They were sucked into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hei Tribe's 2 goo immortals did not resist and let the Flying Snow Hand grab their goo worms. This situation lasted for an hour as large numbers of rank 5 goo worms were taken away. Heibai and Heicheng stopped and looked at each other with a smile before their figures flew away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a while, Hei Lulan suddenly sensed something. Her eyes lit up as she raised her head and stared at the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Backup is here. At the peak of the sacred palace, mist and multicolored light swayed. The 68th level was still forming. The 100th stage had already been completed. The 68th layer that had yet to form was still in its embryonic form. It shone like liquid as it swayed, containing the large number of goo worms that were brought in from the outside world of northern plains. Some of these goo worms were wild goo, while others came from Haicheng and Heibai. The 88-point Jinyang Tower would choose the strongest among them. It formed the 99th checkpoint, the 98th checkpoint. He Lulan sensed carefully and frowned. Those two from He tribe have already made their move. But Xuesongzi is still watching with folded arms, humph? He and Xuesongzi communicated secretly and reached an agreement. One of the terms of the deal was for Xuesongzi to assist him at a specific time. But now, Xuesongzi was not moving at all. He Lulan was displeased. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it through a goo worm. Soon, he received a reply. In the letter, Xuesongzi complained, saying that these days, he had been pressured by the two He tribe goo immortals. The snowman business had already been squeezed to the point where it could no longer continue. It had plummeted. Moreover, he had already provided mini rank 5 goo to He Lulan for wooden chicken goo some time ago. At this moment, he did not have the strength to make a move. Excuses. He Lulan was furious. He almost crushed the letter goo. Demonic path goo masters are really not good people. They are all treacherous and cunning people. But soon, He Lulan restrained the anger on his face. He had actually expected this to happen. After all, he was only a mortal, while Xuesongzi was a high and mighty goo immortal. A transaction between a mortal and a goo immortal was like an ant negotiating with an elephant. The two sides were simply not on the same level. If the goo immortal wanted to go back on his words, the mortal could not do anything. He Lulan was secretly anxious. The 68th floor was forming. As time passed, the effect of the goo immortal's reinforcements would be weaker. It seems that I need to get wooden chicken goo first before Xuesongzi can make a move. He Lulan sneered, immediately gathering everyone. Wooden chicken goo was on the 39th floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. For several months, He Lulan had been focusing on this floor. He also had Xuesongzi's help, thus his progress was smooth. He successfully advanced to the final round. Wooden chicken immortal goo was the reward for this final round. This final round could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. The main test was patience and painstaking work. He Lulan personally led people and tried 40 to 50 times. He had already understood the situation. Each time, he would nibble away a little bit. Over time, the effect was shocking. There was only the final layer of paper left before he succeeded. Before we attack the 68th floor, we can take down this 39th floor and boost our morale. He Lulan thought about it and immediately took action. The next day, he gathered all the goo masters in the sacred palace and held a pledging ceremony. That night, he led everyone and successfully broke through the round, obtaining the rank 6 immortal goo wooden chicken. Just like He Lulan expected, once the round was broken, the morale was greatly boosted. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The gloominess of Tai by Yunqing's loss was swept away. With wooden chicken immortal goo in hand, He Lulan's confidence rose greatly. He used this to lure Xuesongzi to help. 7 days later, the 68th floor was completely formed. He Lulan could not wait any longer. He led everyone to attack. When they reached the round, he did not rush to attack. He ordered the goo masters to get into formation. Over 100 refinement path goo masters got into formation. These people were carefully selected. They were loyal and reliable. Although they were not masters, they were all elites. The goo masters got into a round formation. He Lulan slowly walked into the center. He sat down and took out the 2-edge owner token. The 2-edge owner token slowly rose into the air. At the same time, He Lulan's body started to shine with gray light. The light was like needles, extremely sharp and piercing into the air. Not only He Lulan, the other refinement path goo masters also started to shine with gray needle lights. These needle lights continued to grow, becoming thicker and longer. They filled the whole round formation. The needle lights on everyone's bodies touched each other and instantly linked together. A huge gray light slowly stretched out from the round formation, directly piercing the 2-edge owner token in the air. Around the round formation, large numbers of goo masters were observing and guarding. What are they doing? A young goo master asked. A young Gu master asked in confusion. Beside him, an elderly patted his shoulder. Hee, this is the foundation of a super tribe. Kid, watch carefully. What you're about to see will leave you dumbfounded. Saying so, the owner token suddenly shook. The tremor was weak, but as the gray light spread, the amplitude rapidly increased. By the time this tremor reached the round formation, it had already turned into a huge tremor. The gray light condensed in the round formation was like a lake of light. After this huge tremor, the lake suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. Everyone squinted their eyes. The gray light shone on every corner of the first round. Like snow melting, the world inside the round gradually turned transparent before completely disappearing. It was like the curtain on the surface was torn apart, revealing the second layer underneath. Hey Lulon and the rest arrived at the second round like this. We did not make a move, but we actually passed? After a moment of silence, many young Gu masters started to shout. The young Gu master earlier was tongue-tied. What method is this? The old Gu master beside him proudly replied. This is the refinement path killer move that all super tribes have. It is called Gray Meltdown. It can be quickly passed in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Kid, this is an eye-opener for you, right? The young Gu master, who had his horizons broadened, quickly nodded and praised. Amazing. Such an amazing method. But with such a method, what else do we need to do? The old Gu master's smile froze. This method is not effective every time. There are some checkpoints that can use this method, but there are others that can't. This method is a little interesting. In his mind, Mo Yao's figure appeared. She had an enchanting figure. Her charming eyes were like silk as she analyzed. This should be the control of Giant Sun's sleeping will. Inside and outside. The Gu masters outside the Blessed Land release Gu at a specific location, and these Gu worms will be taken into 88-point Jinyang Tower to refine the round. But Giant Sun's will is sleeping, and the speed of refining Gu worms has become slow. At best, it can only be considered a half refinement. The so-called killer move Gray Meltdown uses the owner token to communicate with the half-refined Gu worms and refine them again. This way, the core of the round has already become his. This round naturally no longer exists, and he can move on to the next round. To achieve this, the key is time. The half-refinement state cannot last long. Even if Giant Sun's will is asleep, as long as he has enough time, he can completely refine these Gu worms. Once these Gu worms are refined, the Gu master challenging the round will not be able to sense them, and will lose the possibility of forcefully refining them. As expected of a refinement grandmaster, with just one glance, you can analyze it so thoroughly. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, praising Mo Yao. This method was to compete with 88-point Jinyang Tower to refine Gu worms. If Giant Sun's will woke up, he could refine the Gu worms in an instant and would not give anyone a chance. But now that he was asleep, the refinement would be slow, and there would be a loophole to exploit. Fang Yuan was a person of the later generations. He was clear about this. In his previous life, after the Central Continent Gu Immortals broke through Imperial Court Blessed Land, they used this method in the videos they spread. But this method was only used as a support. What the Central Continent Gu Immortals truly relied on was the Glass Owner Token. This second owner token could be said to be a stroke of genius. Who knew how much effort and resources the Central Continent forces had expended, but now it was in Fang Yuan's hands, and raised to 6 edges. While everyone's attention was on the second round, Fang Yuan secretly took out the 6-edge owner token. He stroked the 6 edges of the owner token, sighing as he thought, after planning for so long, it is finally time to activate the plan. Flying Bear Strength Gu. Isn't it perfect with my Flying Bear Phantom Gu? I also want it. Chapter 601. Hey Lulon concentrated on the front. The group was advancing in the forest with difficulty. The intense battle had already lasted for over 6 hours. This was the second round. The air was hot and humid, and the terrain was a vast primitive rainforest. To pass this round, Gu masters had to cross the whole forest and reach the stone hall at the other end. However, it was not easy to pass through this forest. Although there were no beast groups in the forest, there were vast numbers of green vines. These green vines coiled around the tall trees and accumulated on the damp ground. Every green vine was at least as thick as a bowl and was at least 70 to 80 feet long. Ordinary green vines were called green snake vines, and the vines were covered with smooth snake scales. When the goo masters got close, the vines would suddenly shoot out and coil around the goo masters like pythons, killing them. In the surrounding 100 steps of the rainforest, there were about 1,000 green snake vines. The density was extremely high. It was extremely difficult for the goo masters to advance. Along the way, green snake vines attacked from all directions. Some shot down from the sky, some shot out from the ground, and some broke through the ground to attack, making it hard for the goo masters to defend against them. As the goo masters advanced in the forest, they suffered the attacks of the green vines at all times, like they were in a vast sea of green vines. The attacks of the green snake vines were heavy and powerful, but their movements were fast and fierce. Even more dangerous was that they often had woodpath goo worms on their bodies, and because of these goo worms, the goo masters group suffered great casualties. Report: a green snake vine king has been discovered ahead. Currently, Lord Yi Lui Sang has already fought with it. After advancing for a while, an investigative goo master returned from the front and reported to He Lulan. He Lulan nodded, continuing to move forward slowly. In every green snake vine group, there was a green snake vine king with battle strength comparable to a rank 4 goo master. But Yi Lui Sang was a rank 5 peak stage expert, the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Lui tribe. His fire path cultivation was extremely effective against woodpath goo worms. He even had Yi Lui tribe's fire path supplementary immortal goo, taking care of a green snake vine king. It was not a problem. Sure enough, after a while, a report came from the front. Lord Yi Lui Sang has successfully gotten rid of the green snake vine king and has retreated. Lord Changshan Yin has taken over and is leading the wolf group to open the way. Imichim, He Lulan replied calmly. The wolf pack was good at attacking but not good at defending, so it was not easy to deal with the vines. But in Changshan Yin's hands, there were also wolves like the turtleback wolf that were good at defense. There was also the vermilion flame wolf which had fire path goo worms on its body. In this situation, it could be said to be a great tool to open up the path. The Wolf King is very powerful and can be considered the #1 combat power, especially when he had a Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Goo. He Lulan pondered as she walked. Flying Bear Phantom Goo and Flying Bear Strength Goo. If the two are used together, it would be perfect. Humph, let Changshanin work for me first. When the time is ripe, I will make him hand over that Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As long as I become a goo immortal, wouldn't a mere Wolf King be at my mercy? This is the second test. It seemed to be a test of a goo master's endurance, but it was actually a test of investigative ability. In the dense forest, there were not only green snake vines, but also green serpent vines. The green serpent vine was 10 times more powerful than the green serpent vine. It was a strange beast among plants. The route we chose avoided these green serpent vines as much as possible. Only 1 or 2 areas were the territories of the green serpent vines. I am sure there will be 1 or 2 tough battles, but this is also the greatest difficulty of this trip. He Lulan felt proud in his heart. We are getting closer to the end. According to this speed, we will be able to pass this round in another hour. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green serpent vines around the group suddenly burst out, piercing through the air with incredible speed. There was even the sound of arrows piercing through the air. The vines' offense suddenly increased by tens of times. The previous battles were between the goo masters and the nearby green serpent vines. The vines outside the range were still. They did not move. But now, the green vines within 100 li, no, 1,000 li, had all joined the battle, surging up and creating a tsunami-like wave, crazily pouncing towards the goo masters. The goo masters were caught off guard and immediately suffered disastrous losses. Countless goo masters were sacrificed on the battlefield in a short period of time. How can this be? The green serpent vines suddenly went berserk. The experts shouted in shock. Quick, save me. The goo masters at the periphery were wantonly killed by the green vines. I order the entire army to attack. Don't care about expenditure, block them for me. If you don't block them, you will die. He Lulan shouted, rising into the air and trying to control the situation. But soon, over 100 green serpent vines flew into the air and attacked. He Lulan roared in anger, using a dark path method, killing 20 to 30 green serpent vines on the spot before descending to the ground. But the ground was not safe either. Countless green serpent vines broke out of the ground, causing the entire army to fall into chaos. How can this be? We clearly scouted this place. Why would we encounter green serpent vines here? He Lulan's eyes were about to split open, unable to understand. Green serpent vines were extremely territorial, but as long as their territory was not invaded, they would be quiet and would not attack. But these green serpent vines went berserk, attacking the Goo Masters as if they had seen their father's murderer. Green serpent vines had strong vitality, even if they were cut into 5 to 6 pieces by the Goo Masters. These 5 to 6 pieces could still bite back at the Goo Masters before dying. He Lulan even saw many green serpent vines breaking free from their roots and attacking. How can this be? What is going on? He Lulan could not understand. These green serpent vines breaking off their own roots was equivalent to killing themselves. All living beings had the instinct to survive. What kind of hatred was there for them to launch such a desperate suicidal attack? The army was split into several pieces, each fighting their own battles. The Goo Masters retreated step by step, and for a moment, countless soldiers died. Could it be that the second stage is actually a huge trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. Why is the difficulty so high? He Lulan was dumbfounded, a huge doubt rising in her heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who set this trap was not 88-point Jinyang Tower, but Feng Yuan, who controlled this floor. He first restrained himself and mobilized the green serpent vines in the round, secretly moving them over. Then he accepted the order and joined the vanguard, taking turns to attack from time to time, purposely lowering his speed and stalling for time. When large numbers of green serpent vines were mobilized, Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately launched a sneak attack. The Goo Master army was ambushed and suffered a huge loss. Feng Yuan was an enslavement master. The green serpent vines that had even lower intelligence than beast groups, under his command, cooperated with each other and did not care about sacrifices, erupting with a terrifying battle strength that was 100 times stronger. Especially experts like He Lulan, Yi Luisang and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He even specially mobilized green serpent vines that could rival mutated beasts to stop them. Retreat. Let's retreat. There are green serpent vines everywhere. If this goes on, the casualties will be even worse. Lord He Tribe Leader, our tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes urgently sent representatives. Anyone could see it. They had fallen into the ambush of the green serpent vines. No one had the time to think about the reason why the green serpent vines became so sinister and vicious. He Lulan gritted his teeth. A struggling expression appeared on his face as he squeezed out a word, retreat. He also knew that the battle situation had gone out of control. The green serpent vines were not afraid of death and had already penetrated deep. This caused the formation to become chaotic. All the experts were afraid of injuring their own people and were restrained. If the casualties were so severe in the second round, how would He Lulan have the strength to go and snatch the final round's immortal goo? Retreating was a wise move, but it depended on whether Feng Yuan would allow it or not. He controlled this floor. It was a small matter for him to close the entrance and exit. Soon, everyone was shocked to find out. They could not get out. This discovery had a huge impact on their morale. The entire army was on the verge of collapsing. At the crucial moment, He Lulan sensed something amiss and stood up, his voice echoing over 1,000 li. Hold on. I am going to use Gray Meltdown Killer move. Forcefully break through this round. Persevere is victory. Persevere is survival. The Goo Masters who were in desperate straits heard these words and were like drowning people grabbing onto a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to rock bottom. In the end, it did not completely collapse, but stabilized. The experts immediately fought hard and reopened the passage, allowing all the divisions to form a connection. Under the heavy encirclement of the army, He Lulan led a group of refinement path Gu masters and formed a circular formation, activating Gray Meltdown Killer move. Lord, if we forcefully activate it, we might lose 30% of our people. An old refinement path Gu master who was familiar with the inside information had a pale complexion as he softly advised He Lulan. Gray Meltdown Killer move naturally had its limitations. The killer move relied on coordination from the inside and outside. This required the round's reward had to be a Gu worm purposely released by He tribe's Gu immortals or Shuesongzi. But 88-point Jinyang Tower would not cooperate. It would only choose suitable Gu worms from the absorbed Gu worms to refine and form the round. The first round's reward was a Gu worm from He Bai. Thus, He Lulan could use Gray Meltdown Killer move and use the gap that Giant Sons will had yet to completely refine to forcefully refine the Gu worm. This way, the first round would be passed with the reward in hand. But the second round's reward was a wild Gu. He Lulan could not communicate with these wild Gu. Thus Gray Meltdown Killer move could not be used. He could only obediently follow the requirements of the second round and complete it. But now that the situation was critical, He Lulan could only forcefully activate Gray Meltdown Killer move and directly skip the second round, communicating with the third round's reward Gu worm. The third round's reward Gu worm came from Shuesongzi. The Gu worm was half refined, but most of it was still Shuesongzi's will. He Lulan had already cooperated with Shuesongzi, and Shuesongzi's will had acknowledged him. He could use Gray Meltdown to communicate with the third round's reward Gu worm and refine it. This way, the third round would be passed. Once the third round was passed, the second round would have no foundation and would collapse. Because when 88-point Jinyang Tower condensed every floor, it would first form the 100th floor, then the 99th floor, the 98th floor. But if He Lulan did this, Gray Meltdown Killer move's power would increase by several times, far surpassing the refinement path Gu master's endurance. Regardless of success or failure, a portion of refinement path Gu masters would not be able to endure it and die on the battlefield. Dozens of refinement path Gu masters dying is better than the entire army suffering disastrous casualties. He Lulan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with callousness. The situation forced him to choose the lesser of two evils. Chapter 602. The refinement path Gu masters had solemn expressions as they quickly formed a formation. Gray light gradually blossomed, connecting into one. Under everyone's expectant gazes, He Lulan waved his hand, throwing the two-edge owner token into the air. The owner token floated in the air, and a huge gray light thorn condensed in the circular formation, piercing towards the owner token. The gray light flickered, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Haha, now is the time. Fang Yuan had been at the periphery all along, he willed. The two-edge owner token instantly disappeared, and at the next moment, it appeared in his hand. He controlled this floor, so moving a small token was as easy as breathing for him. Without the owner token, the gray light immediately disintegrated, and the killer move Gray Meltdown was forcefully stopped. The refinement path Gu masters in the circular formation suddenly cried out in fear, spurting out blood. Almost all of them died in an instant. Guh. He Lulan, who was at the center of the circular formation, was no exception. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he retreated several steps. My owner token. He lost his composure and shouted. His expression was filled with extreme shock, anger, and doubt. Everyone was stupefied by this change. Sun Shirhan was dazed. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth, and Pei Yinfei was also dazed. Even Imo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind. Lad, what are you doing? His current owner token is only 2-edge. Including your 6-edge, it is only 8-edge. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it better to wait until his owner token has 4-edge? What do you know? Fang Yuan sneered, and under the cover of his wide sleeves, he quietly put away the 2-edge owner token. The entire process, it happened in front of everyone's eyes, but was done without anyone knowing. What exactly happened? Yi Luisang rushed in. Yi Luisang rushed in with an anxious expression, asking He Lulan, "Where is the owner token?" How would I know? He Lulan's eyes were spewing fire. He was so furious that his voice rose an octave, and he started swearing. What the fuck is going on? In the records of the past, there had never been a situation where the floor master token suddenly disappeared. The killer move Gray Meltdown had been used many times by the various forces and victors in the past. Why did it disappear when it fell into Halolan's hands? Damn it! Without the floor master's token, what should we do? Fong Yuan rushed over. He frowned. His expression was sincere, and his expression was gloomy. It was obvious that he was anxious about the situation, and he could not help but empathize with him. The killer move that everyone had high hopes for had failed at the last moment. Even the two-edged tower master token was lost for no reason. The attacks of the green vines became more and more ferocious, like a tsunami, not giving them any time to breathe. Morale hit rock bottom. There were signs of people fleeing in disorder in many places. It's over. It's over, Shi Shui muttered to herself. Who would have thought that I would die here? Is this the final outcome? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. Recently, he had been tormented by his conscience, and he looked extremely haggard. But suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, "They can go out. Someone can go out. We can go out." It turned out that Fong Yuan did not want to kill all these people, and opened up a path of survival, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave this floor freely again. If He tribe was completely exterminated, it would definitely attract the full retaliation of He tribe's Gu immortals. Moreover, Fong Yuan still needed Tai Bai Yunxing to refine landscape as before Gu. Thus, the desperate defeat turned into a great retreat. I am actually still alive. This was too dangerous. I don't want to go in again. Sob, 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 father. You died so miserably. The plaza around Tru Yang building was a scene of desolation. He Lulan had led his army and entered the building with great momentum, but after leaving the building, he ended up in such a state. This was out of everyone's expectations. He Lulan's expression was ashen. He took a glance at the plaza and left without saying a word. The people of He clan followed closely behind him, dejected and silent. Yi Lui Sang heaved a long sigh, shaking his head and leaving as well. Tai Bai Yunxing had a complex expression. He looked at He Lulan's departing figure. After this battle, I am afraid it will be hard to stop another decent group in a short period of time. Tai Bai Yunxing's guess was wrong. On the second day, He Lulan gathered his troops again and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Gray Meltdown, he had to use brute force. He Lulan deceived two great Gu immortals and swore to take revenge. There was no turning back. He had to brace himself and move forward. However, on the night of his failure, Fong Yuan secretly entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are too impatient. There are only 8 edges now. Let's see what you can do. In his mind, Mo Yao laughed coldly. Fong Yuan walked in the treasure room. He touched the crystal walls and walked slowly, looking at the treasures flashing past his eyes. He had a smile on his face as he calmly said to Mo Yao's will, "You are a grand refinement path great grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house. If you want to ask, just say it. Why do you need to probe me so shallow?" Mo Yao heard this and her expression immediately changed. She smiled sweetly. "Young lad, it seems you already have a plan." Of course. Fong Yuan's footsteps paused as he said this. He touched the crystal wall on the right and took out a treasure from it. Ever since he refined the guest halt steel, he could take as many treasures as he wanted. Fong Yuan took a few more steps and took 3 Gu worms from the ceiling. He moved to the left and took away the items inside. Like this, Fong Yuan obtained dozens of Gu recipes, over 100 Gu worms, all kinds of inheritance information, and over 20 cultivation insights. Fong Yuan only took out over 80 Gu worms and stored the rest into his Gu worm storage. Mo Yao watched silently during the whole process, feeling increasingly strange. The Gu worms that Fong Yuan took out did not match. He really did not know what he was trying to do. In Fong Yuan's mind, the scene of the Central Continent Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life appeared. There were 11 Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land. There were both men and women. All of them had extraordinary auras. There was also a female immortal at the lead. She had a domineering aura and an imposing aura. The other Gu immortals were very respectful towards her. She was called Fairy Black Moon. She wore a mask that covered half of her face, covering her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. Her facial features were strong. Her eyebrows were sharp and long. Her eyes shining brightly like stars. She had a heroic aura. She also wore a black gold armor. People would feel a heavy pressure just by looking at it. Fang Yuan's current actions were exactly the same as Fairy Black Moon's. He did it exactly as he had told him. The treasure he took out actually had a great origin. It was something that Central Continent's Gu immortals had done for countless years. They sent outstanding Gu masters to infiltrate northern plains and pass the test with high quality, entering the treasure room and setting up the things inside. The entire process. He spent close to 1,000 years. After passing the guest halt obelisk, Fang Yuan walked over 300 steps in the crystal corridor before finally stopping. This is the place. He looked around and after confirming, he started to put the Gu worms in his hands into the crystal wall. Be it the left and right walls, the top or the bottom, they were all placed according to a certain pattern. As for the original treasures in the crystal wall, Fang Yuan took some and let go of some. He then moved some places. This, don't tell me. Mo Yao observed carefully. With his deep foundation as a refinement path great grandmaster, he gradually saw some clues and said in a bewildered tone. Within the radius of tens of steps, after Fang Yuan's adjustments, the Gu worms in the crystal wall had formed a formation. Right? This is the refinement path killer move Gray Meltdown. No, more accurately speaking, it originates from Gray Meltdown, but its effect is even stronger. Fang Yuan chuckled. What are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. His lips curled into a confident smile. Just watch. Saying so, several Gu worms flew out of his body and floated in the air. The Gu worms in the surrounding walls shook slightly. Dust seemed to be rising in the air. The dust became thicker and thicker, forming a thick gray fog. The gray fog became thicker and soon engulfed Fang Yuan's entire body. He could not even see his own fingers. Fang Yuan stood in the thick fog with his eyes closed, his right hand tightly gripping the six-edge owner token. He carefully sensed and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he shouted, "Come back! Fixed immortal travel!" Boom! The crystal corridor shook. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook. The 21st floor of the tower had 17 rounds left, but they all disappeared at this moment. The 17 rewards pierced through the air, directly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. One of the Gu worms emitted rank 6 aura. It was glowing in green light and fluttered in the air, resembling a jade butterfly. Its aura was the strongest, pushing the other Gu worms to the side. If it was not fixed immortal travel, what else could it be? Immortal Gu. This is fixed immortal travel? Mo Yao cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan stored the other rewards in storage Gu, leaving behind fixed immortal travel on his shoulder. Fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 Gu. His mortal aperture could not hold it in its full form. Fang Yuan did not keep the flying bear phantom Gu earlier, but kept it in his pocket. There is one more. Fang Yuan licked his lips, his gaze excited. There was another rumble. True Yang Tower shook intensely. The 34th floor's 12 rounds were instantly broken through. The rewards appeared out of nowhere. One of the immortal Gu had an ordinary appearance, like a lump of soil. It was immortal Gu, gruel mud. In his mind, Mo Yao's will blurted out the answer. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as usual. He kept the other rewards and gruel mud into his pocket. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel and gruel mud deep in northern plains. He was waiting for this moment. When 88-point Jinyang Tower condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains' blessed land. This was the arrangement of an immortal Venerable. It went up to the heavens and down to the abyss, its might unparalleled. Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu escaped Shuesong Zi and Heibai's pursuit, but was still captured by 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wild Immortal Gu were already like this. The 2 Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had buried underground had no intention of resisting, and were naturally collected by 88-point Jinyang Tower. After collecting them, they became the final rewards of the 21st and 34th floor. But because Giant Sun's will was in hibernation, the two immortal Gu were in a half-refined state. Everything went according to Fang Yuan's plan. Chapter 603. The appearance of the two immortal Gu was truly unexpected. Emo Yao was extremely shocked. What made her even more fearful was that Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. The Gu worms he used were all treasures stored in the crystal walls. The killer move he used was even more perfect than Gray Meltdown and had stronger effects. To achieve this, it was not something that could be done by a single person, nor could it be done in a few decades. A large amount of effort was needed. At least hundreds of years were needed to infiltrate and hide the required Gu worms in the crystal walls. And to prevent them from being taken away, he would need to prepare several sets of each Gu worm. To sum it up, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could do. It had to be a super force with at least Gu immortals. Facing Emo Yao's question, Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All of this was arranged by Central Continent's Gu immortals. But Emo Yao had died too long ago. His will was trapped in Water Pavilion and had been asleep for too long. He did not know about the changes in the outside world. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had a huge advantage. Using the Gu Immortals arrangements, he completed all of this naturally. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Central Continent Gu Immortals for spreading this video everywhere. Without the guidance of this video, Fang Yuan would not be so clear about the inside story. The method he used was essentially no different from He Lulan. But Fang Yuan sensed his own immortal Gu, while He Lulan sensed other people's mortal Gu. Refining immortal Gu was at least 100 times harder than mortal Gu. Thus Fang Yuan did not need to be in a hurry like He Lulan. The two immortal Gu were in a half-refined state. More importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fang Yuan used was a modified version of Gray Meltdown created by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. It was extremely effective, freeing the Gu Master and allowing 88-point Jinyang Tower to bear the power of the killer move, eliminating the worry of backlash. At the same time, he had to thank all the Gu Masters who were actively challenging the rounds. If the rounds were complete, it would be extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to cross 100 rounds and connect to the immortal Gu. However, there were only 17 checkpoints left on the 21st level, and there were even fewer checkpoints on the 34th level, only 12. After Fang Yuan took away the two immortal Gu, these two layers were unblocked. He took out the two Floor Master tokens. The Glass Floor Master token was still hexagonal. After all, it was a cheating item, not an orthodox one. As for the Floor Owner's token he snatched from He Lulan, the number was increased from 2 corners to 4. When the two were added together, it would be 10 points. 10 points. This meant that Fang Yuan had reached the minimum requirement to obtain the Immortal Sovereign's inheritance. The Celestial Prime's inheritance. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue. Following the instructions in the image, he combined the two Tower Master tokens and instantly formed a 10-sided Tower Master token. Whoosh! The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. The scenery in front of him changed abruptly. By the time Fang Yuan reacted, he found himself in a void. His surroundings were pitch black. There was no sky or earth. Fang Yuan floated silently in the air. Several traces of either jade or red starlight shot over from afar. This is the true inheritance secluded domain of 88-point Jinyang Tower. To think that after so many years, I could still come here. Mo Yao's will showed a rare absent-minded expression as he muttered to himself, "Oh, you've been here before?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Back then, let's not talk about it. Kid, you being able to come here can be said to be a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Although you only have 10 points and can only obtain the lowest level ordinary true inheritance. But this will not stop you from gaining more experience. What you see next will definitely broaden your horizons. You will never forget it for the rest of your life. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yao's will return to normal. Fang Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Giant Sun Immortal, I can't compare to him for now. Today is indeed an eye-opener for me. Saying so, he waved his hands like he was paddling in the water, moving his body forward slowly. In the previous life's video of Central Continent, a lot of content regarding this part was clearly omitted. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were even more generous than Fang Yuan. using a total of more than 10 immortal goo to raise the owner token to 43 points. Their gains were great, but they concealed all of it. This was no doubt to not expose their wealth, to avoid attracting the greed of others. This also made Fang Yuan even more yearn and curiosity towards Giant Sun's true inheritance. He followed a trace of blood-red starlight and got closer. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter and brighter. Finally, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a round starlight. This red starlight was the size of a bowl and was quietly floating. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand its contents, you only need to use your mind. Imo Yao pointed out at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan cautiously probed his mind, and immediately, a series of images flickered in front of him. The primitive forest was vast and boundless. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Giant beasts were as large as mountains. Ha ha ha. A figure with a stocky build raised his head and laughed loudly. His figure was blurry, but his skin was of all kinds of colors, with all kinds of ancient totems carved on it. His domineering aura filled the world. He stepped on clouds and gales. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his double pupils seemed to be burning with wildfire. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart uncontrollably pounded. Even breathing became difficult. He recognized this person's identity. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era, reckless savage demon Venerable. He is facing an immemorial desolate beast, primordial earth owl. Strange, why would Giant Sun's inheritance have a demon Venerable's item? What is so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal is the era's sovereign, the ruler of heaven and earth, invincible in the universe. He plundered the world and seized a portion of reckless savage demon Venerable's item, placing it in his own pavilion to benefit his descendants. This is very normal. Imo Yao said. Immemorial desolate beasts were overlords that had existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 8 goo immortals. This primordial earth owl had a bird's head and beast's body. It had 2 pairs of golden eyes and a dragon horn on its head. Its robust body was covered in dense rainbow-colored feathers. Its beast aura filled the world. With a light wave of its arms and legs, it could collapse mountains and break rivers. When it opened its mouth and roared, its voice could shake heaven and earth. Reckless savage demon Venerable praised. What a beast! The primordial earth owl had intelligence no lower than humans. It was enraged upon hearing this. It opened its mouth and spat out thunder from the 9 heavens. Deep blue lightning shot out, piercing through the sky and arriving in front of reckless savage demon Venerable in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's expression changed. The power of the lightning was vast and boundless. It was beyond imagination. Right now, he was like an ant. Even his previous life's goo immortal self might not be able to last 3 breaths of time. But reckless savage demon Venerable did not move. He let the berserk lightning strike his body. Within the lightning, his bronze-colored body was unscathed, shining brightly. His bulging muscles were like stone ramparts. The totems on his body were like living creatures. All kinds of fierce beasts were moving around his body. Within the exploding lightning plasma, reckless savage demon Venerable's face actually showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily, punching with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color, winds and clouds surged. The lightning collapsed, the mountains shook, and the forests wailed. A simple punch created 8,000 layers of intense winds. The white clouds were quickly cleared, the 9 heavens were clear, and the sunlight was dim. Just one punch. The power shocked heaven and earth. The primordial earth owl let out a miserable howl. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of an area. It was arrogant and untamed a moment ago. But now, its bones were shattered, its colorful feathers were flying everywhere. Its golden eyes were filled with terror. It was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Fang Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen a Venerable attack. Reckless savage demon Venerable, the might of rank 9 was truly invincible in the world. 9,999 owls. Reckless savage demon Venerable spoke indifferently. He opened his hand and grabbed at the air. At once, The primordial earth owl was lifted up by a formless force. Like a little chick being held in someone's hand, it was lonely and helpless, screaming in panic. Transform. Reckless savage demon Venerable's body shook. It expanded along with the wind, instantly turning into a giant. Great giant. Uprooting the earth to connect to the heavens, holding up the heavens. 10,000 tribulations cannot be moved. The universe cannot contain it. The giant slowly opened its mouth. The primordial earth owl struggled with all its might, but it was still sucked into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed it in one gulp. It chewed a few times. There was a terrifying sound of mountains collapsing and thunder rumbling. With a gulp, the giant swallowed the primordial earth owl into its stomach. It actually swallowed an immemorial desolate beast that was comparable to a rank 8. Reckless savage's might was so terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted its stomach. Its voice was like thunder. It had a look of longing for more. And on its stomach, there was a new totem. It was not eye-catching among the countless totems on its body. It was the image of the primordial earth owl. The giant seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned around and stared at Feng Yuan. Guh. Feng Yuan felt like he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was shaken intensely. He felt an intense dizziness. He only recovered after a long time. Huff, huff, huff. He breathed roughly. He barely opened his eyes. His eyes also could not take it. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down, flowing down his cheeks. Thankfully, this place did not prohibit goo worms. Such a small injury only needed goo worms to heal for a while. This is the inheritance test? Feng Yuan asked as he healed. What kind of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao's will was gloating, replying with an arrogant tone. This inheritance contains a trace of reckless savage demon Venerable's will. Only goo immortals can bear it. But this inheritance has already been dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal. After he obtained it, it can be obtained by mortals. You are still alive. It is all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal's benevolence. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. His benevolence is only towards his descendants. What does it have to do with me? This means that Giant Sun's true inheritance is not so easy to obtain. There is great danger inside. That is natural. But you have already endured this test. This true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. You have the 10-edge owner token. You already have the authority to inherit it. Mo Yao said. Sure enough, when Feng Yuan probed his mind again, the door to the red light lump opened. Reckless savage demon Venerable's phantom no longer appeared. Primordial gray owl transformation. Feng Yuan now knew that this true inheritance was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a goo immortal to transform into a primordial gray owl. Their battle strength would rise sharply. Reckless savage demon Venerable was the ancestor of strength path. He also created transformation path. His strength could shake heaven and earth. He was the most ferocious among the 10 Venerables. At the same time, he could transform into countless ferocious beasts. He had endless transformations and could be reborn from a drop of blood. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He let go of the red light lump, letting it fly away from him. Although a true inheritance was precious, it was not suitable for the current him. Feng Yuan was very calm. He was even more expectant. To think that Giant Sun's true inheritance would involve reckless savage demon Venerable. Furthermore, this inheritance was only the lowest level of true inheritance. He really did not know what other ordinary true inheritances there were. What about the even higher unparalleled true inheritances? Chapter 604. Feng Yuan tried his best to swim towards a lump of jade light. This lump of jade light was much harder to get close to than the red light earlier. It flew slowly and kept turning. Feng Yuan chased for a while before catching it and grabbing it. It was also the size of a bowl. Feng Yuan carefully probed it with his mind. An indescribable vibration spread from the jade-green light to Feng Yuan's body. Be careful, this is old immortal Kong Ju's item. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly recognize this item and warned. Don't worry, it can't fly away. Feng Yuan said with certainty. his hands tightly gripping the light lump. Idiot, that's not what I'm talking about. Let go. By the time Emo Yao said that, it was already too late. A mysterious vibration came from the jade light and actually affected Feng Yuan's aperture. Feng Yuan's aperture suddenly shook. Huge waves appeared on the 90% primeval essence sea. Swish, swish, swish. The huge waves crashed against the aperture walls. The crystal membrane of the peak stage of rank 5 started to crack under the impact of the waves. Feng Yuan was shocked. This true inheritance test was extremely mystical and hard to defend against. It actually affected the aperture walls. Lad, quickly use goo worms to cut off your arms. Only by cutting off your arms can you have a chance of survival. Mo Yao's will shouted in Feng Yuan's mind. Cut off my arms? Feng Yuan's expression sank. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He tried to let go of his arms, but this jade light emitted an extremely strong suction force, firmly holding onto Feng Yuan's arms. Feng Yuan could not get rid of it. The vibration of his aperture was getting stronger. I got it. In a moment of desperation, Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He moved his second aperture's primeval essence into his first aperture. The vibration spread to his second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started to shake, but this way, the danger of the first aperture was greatly alleviated. Mo Yao gasped. The jade light gradually stopped. The tremors disappeared, seemingly acknowledging that Feng Yuan had passed the test. What's going on? You actually have two apertures. Mo Yao shouted. The two apertures faced the test together. Even though there were cracks on the crystal walls, they did not shatter. Kid, you really hit it well. You actually have two apertures. Second aperture. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. I can't believe it's been proven by you. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotion. Feng Yuan did not want to talk about this, so he asked, You mentioned old immortal Kong Ju earlier. Is he that ancient refinement path great grandmaster? Yes, it's him. Refinement path great grandmaster. Throughout the history of humanity, since ancient times, there were only 3 of them. Later generations called them the 3 elders. They are the great master Tian Nan of the ancient era, the great master Kong Ju of the ancient era, and the great master ancestor Mao of the middle era. Mo Yao continued. Among them, old freak Tian Nan had an eccentric temperament. He tried in vain to refine the sky, but he was defeated and died. Old immortal Kong Ju had the deepest understanding of apertures. He wrote the Immortal Aperture Guide, and even helped the 10 extreme physiques become immortals. Before him, there had never been a case of the 10 extreme physiques becoming immortals, and Long Hair Ancestor had the longest lifespan. He refined the most immortal goo. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was refined by him. There were even rumors that he could refine lifespan goo, luring Ancestor Giant Sun to attack Lengya Blessed Land. But in the end, nothing happened. Mo Yao spoke of many secrets. The 3 elders, 3 refinement path great grandmasters, each of them was a legend. In human history, they stood at the peak of refinement path. Even rank 9 venerables could not conceal their glory and glory. Old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance tests the aperture of the fated person. You actually have 2 apertures. You can be considered to have cheated. Take a look. This inheritance is quite good. It will be helpful to you in the future. Mo Yao continued. Feng Yuan looked into it again. This inheritance was called Immortal Ascension Secrets. It recorded old immortal Kong Ju's immortal ascension process for goo masters of all paths. The possible difficulties they might encounter, how to deal with them, the key points of immortal ascension, and so on. Feng Yuan pondered. Although this is not a goo recipe or an immortal goo, it has extremely high theoretical value. If a goo master obtains it, not only will it be of great help to them, it will also increase their understanding of other paths. It is an absolute treasure. This immortal ascension secrets has existed for a long time. It cannot keep up with the trend of the times. After so many years of development, many paths have blossomed. It is far from the monotonous olden antiquity era. I need to remind you, the essence of this is not the immortal ascension secrets itself, but the annotations left behind by Giant Sun Immortal when he read it. This annotation is very detailed. It is not an exaggeration to say that each word is worth 1,000 gold. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great-grandmaster on par with long-hair ancestor. His exploration, along with the annotations written by an immortal Venerable, had huge value. After a Gu immortal reads it, their chances of immortal ascension would be greatly increased. Moreover, through the vision of an immortal Venerable, they would be able to see the future developments. It would have a huge guiding effect on the future Gu immortal path. It could help them avoid many detours. The allure of this true inheritance was astonishing, especially for a genius like Feng Yuan, who desired to advance and was not satisfied with the mortal world. It was even more so. But Feng Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experience. He could just walk the blood path again. He came to the true inheritance space with an ulterior motive. Thus, Feng Yuan let go, letting the jade light lump move away from him, flying away at a speed slightly faster than the red light lump. You really chose to give up? Don't regret it when you think about it in the future. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret? Hee, the word regret no longer exists in my life. Feng Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He moved in the dark void for a while, before finding the third light lump. This light lump was shining with gray light. Its speed was faster than the previous two, like a leisurely flying meteor. As it flew, it left behind a beautiful frost-colored flame tail. When Feng Yuan tried to get close to it, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Actually, you don't need to take the risk every time. Since you have already collected many wisdom path Gu worms, why don't you use them? Oh? What do you mean? Feng Yuan did not stop. Lad, thank me properly. I will teach you this move. It can let you avoid the true inheritance's test, and you can explore most of the true inheritance's contents. The method Mo Yao spoke of was not complicated. After Feng Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was to use his mind to explore it. This would trigger all kinds of tests of the true inheritance. Mo Yao suggested Feng Yuan use wisdom path Gu worms to create a will. Send this will into the true inheritance, and after a while, take back the will. This way, the Gu master could avoid close contact with the true inheritance. It was an opportunistic method. Wisdom path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind. That is, thoughts and divine sense. When the mind enters, it is the exploration and exchange of thoughts. Thoughts are like water droplets. They are the easiest to create, but also the most fragile. Thus, a large number of water droplets need to gather into a stream to continue the exploration. During this process, it also needs the Gu master's mind to produce them continuously. And wills are higher than thoughts, like ice. They have stronger defense and are not easy to create, but they can be used independently and can be retrieved when needed. Mo Yao explained. Feng Yuan was silent. Lad, at this juncture, what are you hesitating for? Hee. I know you have been collecting wisdom path information and are also purchasing wisdom path Gu worms. Your special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, toy will Gu, notice Gu, and new will Gu. If you don't use them now, when will you use them? Mo Yao laughed. After pausing for a while, she continued to persuade. The current you should be clear. My will is living in your mind and is deeply entangled with you. And the will you create using these Gu worms will be pure and flawless. I cannot infiltrate it. Weren't you always on guard against me? This method has a huge advantage. You can use this method to avoid the true inheritance test and investigate the secret of the unparalleled inheritance. Unparalleled inheritances are much more valuable than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Feng Yuan's gaze was hesitant. The relationship between him and Mo Yao had always been like this. They did not make it clear. To think that Mo Yao would reveal it at this moment. What was her intention? Was it really like what she said, that she wanted Feng Yuan to return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's frank expression. It made Feng Yuan's emotions fluctuate. Maybe he was too vigilant and was on guard against Mo Yao? But wills were not like thoughts. Thoughts were very simple and were not good at deceiving. Land spirits formed from obsessions spoke the truth. But wills were different. They were the combination of many thoughts and were more complex than thoughts. Deceiving others was also possible. Feng Yuan shook his head, dispersing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Undeniably, Mo Yao's words were completely on Fang Yuan's side and successfully convinced him. Fang Yuan took out the wisdom path goo worms he had purchased. He had little who immortal land spirit and could communicate with jewel yellow skies at any time. Standing on the shoulders of a goo immortal, it was easy to purchase mortal goo. Right now, the 8 wisdom path goo in his hands could all form wills, but they were all different. Special will goo could create special wills, and under certain circumstances, it could trigger special actions. Deliberate will goo could create willpower, and when this will entered the body, it would be like carving on a rock. The difficulty of getting rid of it was several times higher than other wills. Toy goo, it produced toy goo. This was one of the wills that could create emotions. There were also mindful goo, new will goo, battle will goo, and so on. What was worth mentioning was that these wisdom path goo worms could create different types of wills, and could also restrain the corresponding wills. For example, special will goo could create special wills, and could also devour special wills. Deliberate will goo could create willpower. It was hard to get rid of it, but as long as the right medicine was found, and the deliberate will goo could be easily gotten rid of. Why did Fang Yuan want to purchase these goo worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will. Unfortunately, he had not found a single goo worm that could deal with Mo Yao's will since he started buying. In this situation, choosing the will goo was not important. Fang Yuan casually chose the special will goo and injected his primeval essence, producing a will. It looked like Fang Yuan himself, a young man with dark eyes, but different from his main body. His face was firm and had a resolute expression. Wills can only be stored in the soul. If you want to send this will out to explore, you need at least one small soul worm, Mo Yao reminded. Small soul goo was a rank 1 soul path goo. It was extremely ordinary, but it was an important foundation of soul path. Many higher rank soul path goo worms were refined step by step using it as a foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was somewhat unnecessary. Before she finished speaking, Fang Yuan summoned a goo worm. It had no physical body and was the size of a palm. Like a butterfly, it swayed slowly like a shadow. If a normal person tried to grab it, it would pass through their body. This was a rank 2 big soul worm. Fang Yuan lightly patted it, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he mobilized the big soul worm to fly towards the nearest green and white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him swimming. Soon, it entered the true inheritance light lump. After a while, the damaged big soul worm flew back shakily. Fang Yuan retrieved his will and looked at it carefully. Chapter 605. The third true inheritance had high value because it talked about lifespan extension methods. As the saying goes, living a bad life is better than dying of old age. Apart from special reasons, there was no one who didn't want to live and live longer. Goo masters could cultivate, and at rank 6, they could change the essence of their life, but they could not directly increase their lifespan. Ever since the development of Goo Path, countless capable people had researched all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Qingmao Mountain's Guyue generation chose to turn into a zombie, or Southern Border's demonic path Goo Master Century Boy, using return to childhood Goo to strengthen himself. He had the appearance of a child to reduce the loss of his lifespan. These methods were only the common methods of mortals. Goo immortals had even more profound methods. The third true inheritance was a lifespan extension method for Goo immortals. The one who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal. The lifespan extension method created by an immortal Venerable. It was easy to imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the true inheritance's contents, on a certain day, Giant Sun Immortal had a flash of inspiration and activated this wondrous idea. He named this immortal method, Possession. The core was a rank 6 Possession Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were all sorts of rank 5 Mortal Goo, amounting to 3,000. To think that the origin of Possession Immortal Goo is here, Fang Yuan's heart pounded. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Possession Immortal Goo shined brightly. Several high-ranked Goo immortals extended their lifespan and changed the situation of the 5 regions. Possession Immortal Goo might be rank 6, but it was a crucial goo worm that could change the situation of the world. In an instant, Feng Yuan had an impulse. This was the origin of possession immortal goo. As long as he took it away, he would be able to control the source. During the 5 regions chaotic war, if he sold possession immortal goo, who knew how much benefits he could obtain? Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who needed this possession immortal goo the most. As long as he used it well, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Feng Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm transmitted more information. This true inheritance. It was only an empty shell. Inside was possession immortal goo and the 3,000 mortal goo. They had all been taken away by others before they could do so. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were the 88 true inheritances set up by the giant sun immortal. But after so many years, a portion of them had been destroyed. They were taken away by people one after another. Emoya once said that, when she was still alive, when she explored the 88-point Jinyang Tower, out of the 88 true teachings, there were still 53 left behind. Emoya was an influential figure from 10,000 years ago. Although it was difficult to clear the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were very few people who managed to reach the level of 10 points. But as time went by, there would always be some capable people. He entered the true inheritance secret realm. The number of true disciples left behind was definitely less than 53. This is the great soul worm's special ability. As they conversed, Feng Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Although the true inheritance had been taken away, the special will that Feng Yuan had wrung out had made a shocking discovery. Using the soul to possess the body is merely a struggle at death's door. Death is unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan goo is the most important. The path of a goo immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult, difficult, difficult. In the true inheritance, there was such a sentence. This sentence directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal's idea of possession. The tone was extremely arrogant. It also summarized the myriad methods to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan goo had always been the most important. The last 3 words, difficult, were filled with emotions. Finally, the person who said this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, people immediately felt that the previous sentence was very reasonable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the same status as Giant Sun Immortal. They were both rank 9 goo masters. But Giant Sun Immortal was an immortal venerable of the medieval antiquity era. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sun Day. After Giant Sun Immortal died, 200,000 years later, the demonic venerable with the heaviest killing nature, Spectral Soul, appeared in the world. 88-point Jinyang Tower was so famous. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. It was not strange for him to come to 88-point Jinyang Tower. Could possession immortal goo have been taken away by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? No, it seems very unlikely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path. He was an expert in manipulating souls. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal could not compare to him. From Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's words, he did not care about possession methods at all. It is just that he wanted to live forever in heaven and earth, but he was alone and faced with many difficulties. Seeing that his predecessors were also trying to find a way to live forever, he felt inspired and left behind these words. Feng Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables who were invincible in the world could not escape the erosion of time. Time was the greatest enemy of heroes and beauties. Lifespan goo were hard to find. Their locations were uncertain and their production was limited. They could only be produced in heaven and earth. Rank 9 venerables searched the world. They gradually used up their lifespan goo, but they could not find new ones. They had to think of ways to extend their lifespan. The number 1 person in heaven and earth, behind the invincible aura, was the misery of having a limited lifespan. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal thought of the possession method, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed at the difficulty of living forever. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable, such an invincible person, cannot escape death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune changes. Each person dominates the world for generations. After the peak of prosperity, after the peak of misfortune comes prosperity. How can there be a person who can live forever in this world? In his mind, Imo Yao sighed with a heavy mood. Fang Yuan, however, did not think so. His gaze was eerie. The great Tao of heaven and earth emphasizes on balance and mutual restraint. But a Gu master's cultivation was to plunder heaven and earth, gathering resources to support themselves. Thus it was a truly heaven-defying path. Maybe this is the reason for heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But it is also because of this that eternal life that surpasses longevity is a worthy goal for me. Thinking of this, there was a fire burning in his heart. He became even more spirited. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only live forever, but his goal was an even higher level of eternal life. This was a realm that even venerables could not reach. Using the words of a person in Fang Yuan's previous life, that was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people. It was an endless joy. Only when the tide hits the reef can it create beautiful waves. Humans could only feel the brilliance of life through constant struggles. In his previous life, Fang Yuan, he was only rank 6, but close to rank 7. He had never looked up to rank 9 existences in the past. It was because he had great ambitions. Here, he saw the other side of an immortal venerable or demon venerable. Fatigue, weakness, helplessness. This stimulated his fighting spirit even more. The true inheritance in front of him was already an empty shell. It was not worth wasting time on. Fang Yuan continued to search. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances. They were related to Wisdom Path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. One was false emotion fake will Gu. The other was love of children Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's Wisdom Path attainment was extremely deep. This was something everyone knew, especially in the aspect of love Gu. He carried on the past and created many new Gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, collecting beauties and making all the women in the world fall in love with him. This showed the power of love Gu. These 2 true inheritances. They were not what Fang Yuan wanted. He chose to let them go. Strange, didn't they say that this true inheritance secluded domain not only has ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled true inheritances? Why haven't I found a single unparalleled true inheritance after searching for so long? Fang Yuan asked Imo Yao in confusion. During this period of time, Imo Yao did not speak. It was as if he was affected by the possession immortal art true inheritance. His fighting spirit had dissipated. She had been hiding in Fang Yuan's mind all this time. After hearing Fang Yuan's question, she showed her vague figure and said indifferently, "Humph. How long has it been and you are already impatient? Back then, I explored this place for a full 3 months. True inheritance secluded domain is very wide. All the true inheritances are moving. There are very few supreme true inheritances. It is normal that you can't find any. Be patient, lad." Fang Yuan asked again. "Speaking of which, you also came here back then. Tell me what good inheritances you found." This was what he wanted to ask. "Humph. I have come into contact with many true inheritances, but in this place, the true inheritances are flying everywhere and their locations are not fixed. It is useless to tell you. You can only rely on luck to explore. Pay attention to time. The more true inheritances you come into contact with and the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances will fly and the more dangerous your situation will be. Back then, I was a Gu immortal, but I could only stay here for 3 months and almost died." When Imo Yao said this, there was a lingering fear in his tone. "Even you almost died here?" Fang Yuan immediately grasped the main point of the conversation. "Lad, you are immortal. You are too weak. I estimate you can only see 8 true inheritances and stay here for a month at most. Now that you have seen 5 true inheritances, you need to be careful," Imo Yao vaguely reminded. "What is it that can threaten a grand Gu immortal's life?" Fang Yuan asked. But Imo Yao only smiled and said, "If you are fated to experience it, you will know," before concealing herself again. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly heavy. He had a doubt. In his previous life's video, there were a total of 11 Central Continent Gu immortals who entered True Inheritance Secluded Domain. But after erasing the process, there were only 9 people left, and they were all injured. Could it be that the two people who didn't go had died in the true inheritance secret realm? Sometimes, there were benefits to having Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan was reminded by Mo Yao and became even more careful as he started to explore. 3 days later, he approached the sixth true inheritance and used special Wugu and the big soul worm to successfully obtain the true inheritance's information. This true inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal. It had the same purpose as the third true inheritance. It was also a lifespan extension immortal method. Giant Sun Immortal had researched Renzu and created a brand new path. It was called Yin Yang Path. To use this method, a male and female Gu immortal had to cooperate and have intercourse to achieve the goal of extending one's lifespan. But this method had a flaw. If one's lifespan was extended, the other's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one's lifespan to the other. This true inheritance had also been taken away by the predecessors. The popularity of lifespan extension immortal methods could be seen from this. This is already the sixth true inheritance. Fang Yuan mumbled as he thought of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see at most 8 true inheritances. Beyond this number, there would be a huge crisis. If he wanted to obtain the true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to be careful. After all, he only had 2 choices left, and he also had to guard against the possibility of the true inheritance being taken away by someone else. 13 days later, Fang Yuan encountered the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a wash basin. It was dazzling with white light, and its aura was higher than ordinary true inheritances. Chapter 606. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Looking at the blazing white light lump, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. He quickly took out special Wugu and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and injected it into the big soul worm, watching it fly towards the true inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritance is superior to ordinary true inheritances. I want to see what is the difference. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. But something unexpected happened. The big soul worm and the true inheritance light lump got closer and closer, but Fang Yuan felt the connection between him and the big soul worm getting weaker and weaker. When the big soul worm was not even 300 steps away, its connection with Fang Yuan was completely cut off. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance following its previous trajectory, flying forward leisurely. And the big soul worm he released was motionless. It was not appropriate to say it was destroyed, but no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it quietly floated without any sound. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple. You need to be careful. In his mind, Mo Yao's will also lightly exclaimed, warning him. What is going on? Fang Yuan was curious. He rushed to the big soul worm and carefully approached it, inspecting it in detail. The great soul worm wasn't injured, but the will it imbued with had dissipated completely. The big soul worm was a rank 2 Gu. After being refined by Fang Yuan, its wild will was expelled. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could move it like an extension of his body. But now, Fang Yuan's will, including the special will condensed from special will Gu, had mysteriously disintegrated, not leaving a trace behind. The big soul worm had become a blank object. Anyone could instantly refine it by injecting a trace of will. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not move it no matter what. The previous few times, Fang Yuan had used special will to probe the true inheritance, cleverly avoiding the true inheritance test. This method had been tried and tested many times. But to think that before he could even probe the unparalleled true inheritance, he fell into a trap. Just what was hidden in this unparalleled true inheritance to be able to completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Oh, I remember. So it's him. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Soon after, she giggled. Kid, I should say that you're lucky. Or is it better to be unfortunate? There aren't many or few unparalleled inheritances, but you just had to encounter the most special one. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression calmed down. I've seen this legacy before, and it left a deep impression on me. I spent a lot of effort to get close to it. He. This is a rank 7 immortal goo personally refined by giant sun immortal, called human chi goo. The power was mysterious. It could even be said to be strange. Even I had to pay a great price to understand it back then, Imo Yao lamented. When Imo Yao was alive, she was a rank 7 goo immortal, a famous fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But to get close to this true inheritance, she had to pay a great price. Fang Yuan was now immortal. It was natural that he could not even get close to it. Human Chi Gu. Fang Yuan muttered this crucial name. He suddenly realized something, asking, "Is it related to the 3 Chi of immortal ascension?" "Kid, you guessed correctly." Imo Yao sighed, explaining, "When a Gu immortal becomes an immortal, they pay attention to the 3 Chi of heaven, earth, and man. During immortal ascension, to completely shatter the aperture and take in heaven and earth Chi. The more heaven and earth Chi they take in, the higher the Gu immortal's achievements. But heaven and earth Chi cannot be absorbed endlessly. They must be equal to human Chi. And human Chi is the sum of a Gu master's accumulation. The Gu masters battle strength, the strength of their body, and the depth of their soul. Their familiarity with Gu worms, their knowledge of heaven and earth, their awakening of their nature, as well as their luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, inspiration, and so on. They will all turn into human Chi during immortal ascension. The more Gu master accumulates, the more human Chi they will have. The more human Chi they can absorb, the more heaven and earth Chi they can take in, and the higher the Gu immortal's achievements. And this human Chi Gu's effect is to absorb other people's human Chi, purify it, and use it on oneself during immortal ascension, greatly increasing the chances of becoming a Gu immortal, and also deepening the Gu immortal's foundation and potential. Imo Yao's words broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. He could not help but exclaim, "There is actually such an immortal Gu, such a wondrous idea. Amazing!" In human history, Gu immortals had always been extremely rare. Immortal ascension was difficult. Often only 1 out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters could succeed. One of the most important points in immortal ascension was the Gu master's accumulation. Many Gu immortals did not have deep accumulations. During immortal ascension, they would gather very little human Chi, but a lot of heaven and earth Chi would come. This way, the balance would not be reached. The heaven and earth Chi would suppress and swallow the human Chi, eventually causing the Gu master to be assimilated by heaven and earth, dying. But if there was human Chi immortal Gu, this difficulty could be resolved. Collecting other people's human Chi, purifying it, and concentrating it on the crucial person. Even if the accumulation was not enough, it was not a problem. One could say, with human Chi immortal Gu, the chances of success in immortal ascension would be greatly increased, and the number of Gu immortals would increase. And increasing the number of Gu immortals would clearly increase the strength of a region. No doubt, this was a Gu worm that could change the situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, any super force would go crazy and rush over like a flock of ducks. However, human Chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was rank 7, even higher than the current spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mortal body could not endure the remnant power of human Chi immortal Gu. His will had just approached the immortal Gu when it was devoured by the immortal Gu, purified into a trace of human Chi and stored. If not for Imo Yao's information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark, not knowing the truth. Although human Chi Gu is good, it is not suitable for me. Fang Yuan took a last look at the burning white light lump, sighing and shaking his head. He turned around and left without any reluctance. Human Chi Gu's rank was too high. Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications to control it. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To Gu masters, Gu were tools. But human Chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was like an ice blade. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a baby. Before he could even get close, he was already injured by the cold air emitted by the ice blade. Most importantly, I cannot use human Chi immortal Gu. If I want to advance to Gu immortal, I have to break through from immortal. I cannot control human Chi Gu. If I become a Gu immortal, why would I need human Chi Gu? To help others? Human Chi immortal Gu. It was not suitable for the lone wolf Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it, unless Fang Yuan created his own force. flying leisurely in true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually understood. After a while of silence, he said, Imo Yao, I understand the danger you are talking about. Hee hee. Imo Yao laughed lightly. She was not surprised. When Gu masters enter true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come into contact with a true inheritance, or the longer they stay, the faster these true inheritances will fly. Thus, they urge Gu masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. In the end, the true inheritance will be as fast as a meteor. Gu masters simply cannot catch it. Because of this, the Gu master's life will be in danger. After pausing for a while, Imo Yao continued, and the danger to one's life comes from the true inheritance. You have seen the unparalleled true inheritance just now. Human Qi Immortal Gu. Before you even get close, your will be turned into human Qi. Think about it. When it crashes towards you like a meteor, and you can't dodge in time, what will happen? Fang Yuan snorted lightly. He could completely imagine this scene. If a mortal's body was hit by the blazing white light, be it the body, soul, or will, they would probably be completely melted and turned into human Qi. Like I said before, you are too weak, only at the mortal realm. For the ordinary true inheritances here, every test is a difficult one for you. Unparalleled inheritances are even more difficult. To tell you the truth, above unparalleled true inheritances, there is a higher level of inheritances. They are known as supreme true inheritances. Imo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Supreme true inheritances? In the entire true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Imo Yao's tone was filled with emotions, as if she was immersed in the deepest part of her memories. To mortals, it is impossible to obtain these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of obtaining an unparalleled true inheritance is even harder than ascending to immortal. And Imperial Court, Blessed Land forbids Gu immortals from entering. This is also why even though 88-point Jinyang Tower has stood for so long, more than half of the 88 true inheritances are still here. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed with Imo Yao's words. It was extremely difficult to enter true inheritance secluded domain, and the chances were extremely slim. First, one had to be the victor of the Imperial Court contest, then one had to clear at least 10 floors of True Yang Tower, and finally, after entering, one had to pass the true inheritance test. That is to say, once every 10 years, among so many heroes of Northern Plains, only one could stand out and hold the owner token. Just holding the owner token was not enough. The victor also had to have a strong force around him and could not lose too much in the Imperial Court contest. There had to be enough experts around him, and he had to be well-rounded, involving every path. Only then could he have hope of clearing 10 floors of True Yang Tower. After entering True Inheritance secluded domain by luck, the True Inheritance test would send out another batch of people. The True Inheritance test was extremely difficult. Even a reborn old monster like Fang Yuan almost failed, not to mention those people. What was even more abnormal was, even if they passed the True Inheritance test, would this True Inheritance coincidentally suit them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, having talent, temperament, and opportunities. Such people had high aspirations. They would naturally want to see more and choose more. Like this, when they could no longer stay in True Inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regrets. Perhaps he might even die here. The flying speed of the True Inheritance is getting faster and faster. You still have one last chance. No matter what True Inheritance it is, quickly take it and leave, eh? Not good, quickly leave. Imo Yao was advising, but his tone suddenly changed as he shouted. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a True Inheritance. It was the size of an adult, shining with 7-colored profound light as it flew towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it dragged out a long and dazzling flame tail. The light lump the size of a bowl was an ordinary True Inheritance. The light lump the size of a wash basin was an unparalleled True Inheritance. Then what was the light lump the size of an adult? In Fang Yuan's mind, lightning flashed, and 4 words appeared: Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 607. Supreme True Inheritance. Feng Yuan's pupils dilated, his gaze shining brightly. He was still 1,000 steps away from the true inheritance light lump, but Feng Yuan could already feel the surging aura of the true inheritance. This was a feeling that ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the influence of this aura, thoughts moved in Feng Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts appeared out of nowhere, and memories flashed in his mind. If it was during normal times, his mind would be like a deep pool. But at this moment, thoughts surged in his mind like a majestic waterfall, suddenly crashing into the deep pool. Thoughts surged, creating waves. This feeling was incomparably mystical, and Feng Yuan could not find the right words to describe it for a moment. The memories buried deep in his heart all came to life. The dust on the surface was blown away, and each and every one of them was vivid and lifelike, appearing in his mind with incomparable clarity. Large amounts of inspiration flashed in his mind, and many strange and wondrous ideas appeared out of nowhere in Feng Yuan's mind. Some of the difficulties that he had encountered during his cultivation were instantly overcome under the flashes of inspiration. Feng Yuan's heart involuntarily surged with an incomparably strong sense of self-confidence. This was an incomparably mystical feeling, as if he could control everything, as if he could solve all problems. This was a unique power, causing people to involuntarily be immersed in it. Lad, quickly wake up. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is. If you don't want to die, don't be immersed in it. Quickly look at yourself. In his mind, Emo Yao shouted. This voice reminded Feng Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he immediately turned pale with fright. In just a short period of time, his body became weak and exhausted. Wrinkles appeared on his originally smooth forehead, and his originally strong and powerful arms were covered with a layer of old and withered feeling. He was becoming even thinner and weaker. If not for Emo Yao's reminder, Feng Yuan might still be immersed in this mystical feeling and ignore the changes in his body. Could this goo be? In Feng Yuan's mind, an incomparably shocking answer appeared. At the same time, he activated his movement goo and rapidly retreated. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of goo worms. The peerless True Legacy did not chase after Feng Yuan, but flew in a straight line. Feng Yuan quickly pulled away from him. With lingering fear in his heart, he watched as this supreme True Inheritance tore through the dark sky and flew far away. And this is just the aura of a supreme legacy, yet I almost lost myself in it and died on the spot. How difficult would its test be? Feng Yuan exclaimed. He had connected the peerless true inheritance of human Qi Gu. They couldn't even get close. As for supreme true inheritances, it was even more difficult to reach. Putting aside getting close to it, if he were to get even a little closer, the aura that leaked out from it would nearly take his life. Just as Emo Yao had said, Feng Yuan in the mortal realm was too weak. Although the inheritance was good, he did not have the ability to bear it. It was like a bee gathering honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, it could drown the bees. This supreme inheritance's immortal goo. Don't tell me. It's that legendary goo? Feng Yuan spoke. He was almost 80% sure. But this answer was too shocking. He did not dare to believe it. Emo Yao laughed, lad. You guessed right. Back then, I also did not dare to believe it, but the truth is right in front of you. You have no choice but to believe it. That's right. The immortal goo in this supreme true inheritance is the legendary rank 9 wisdom goo. Wisdom goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. It could give the goo master endless wisdom, but one had to use it. The price was extremely high. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Inguyue had offered their Middle Ages to it, thus obtaining its help. That is to say, one had to use wisdom goo. One had to expend their lifespan. Before Feng Yuan even got close to it, his lifespan was decreasing. Wrinkles appeared on his body. His mortal body was aging rapidly in a short period of time. To Feng Yuan, wisdom goo was a true life reaper. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal obtained it back then, and what shocking method did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal thought of all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan. It must be because he used wisdom goo too much. Feng Yuan sighed. Mo Yao sighed. The reason why Giant Sun Immortal used wisdom goo, I'm afraid there was only one motive, that was to extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became. He did not get the answer he wanted in the end. According to historical records, Giant Sun Immortal lived for over 8,000 years, but he still died in the end. 8,000 years old was already above average among rank 9 venerables. The one with the longest lifespan was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He was only 3,000 years old. The other venerables had an average lifespan of around 7,000 years. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there are 3 supreme true inheritances. Tell me, what do the other 2 true inheritances look like? I really want to see them. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao could hear something amiss in his tone. He quickly urged, "Lad, don't think blindly. You should take one of the ordinary true inheritances and leave. You only have the Tin Edge owner token. You can only take ordinary true inheritances. Even if you pass the test of the unparalleled true inheritances, you won't be able to take them. Not to mention the supreme true inheritances, your frail little body can't even withstand their aura." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Now that you say that, I want to see them even more. This is an extremely rare opportunity. If I miss it, I might not get another chance." "Lad, are you crazy? Do you know, in just a short while, you lost at least 2 years of lifespan? If you continue to waste time like this, when the true inheritances fly away like meteors, not only will you not get anything, you might even die here." Mo Yao said anxiously. Feng Yuan's laughter did not stop, but he was unmoved. He continued to wander, and when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, he circled far away, without the slightest intention of taking them away. When Mo Yao's will saw until here, he became anxious. "You lunatic. My God, what on earth are you thinking in your head? Not taking such a great true inheritance, just for the sake of broadening your horizons? You idiot, if you die. What about me? What about the water pavilion? Even if I die, this will of yours naturally can't survive either. But don't worry, the water pavilion still has your will. You can very well wait for a fated person at the back, and then entrust this precious mission to him or her," Feng Yuan said slowly. Mo Yao urged again, but Feng Yuan was stubborn. He did as he pleased. He explored continuously, and several more days passed. The speed of the true inheritances became increasingly faster, and Feng Yuan was in danger again and again. Several times, his life was in danger, but he narrowly avoided it in the end. Mo Yao urged again and again, and was about to go crazy from anxiety. "Lad, I give in to you. I give it to you. You're really one-track-minded. All right, don't stay any longer. I will tell you what the other 2 supreme inheritances are. The first is the Luck Path Inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal created this path because he relied on his Luck Path attainment to dominate the world. Invincible in the world. The second is the Control Rights of 88-Point Jinyang Tower. This tower was created by the combined efforts of Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. With it, there will be an endless supply of goo cultivation resources. She was truly anxious. Normally, even if Feng Yuan asked about such insider information, she might not have the mood to answer him. But now, she directly revealed it, afraid that Feng Yuan would act foolishly again. But what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Feng Yuan chuckled, as if he did not hear anything, and continued to fly. A few days later, the true inheritances were already as fast as birds. It was easy for Feng Yuan to dodge 1 or 2 of them. But the true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking. True inheritances of all sizes flew in the narrow space, each dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were of all colors, almost forming a sparse net of light. Feng Yuan could only survive in the cracks. At this stage, Feng Yuan was fully concentrated. not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid of a careless mistake that would lead to the tragedy of his death. It's almost time to go at this moment. You can't even take away an ordinary true inheritance. As long as you stay at the same spot, the danger will increase along with your breathing. Sigh. You actually acted up at such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was tired of persuading and had no strength left. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright. He suddenly asked, "Say, is it possible that when the two true inheritances collide, I will benefit from it?" Mo Yao heard this and was stunned. But immediately, she screamed, "You idiot! You idiot! Would the great giant sun immortal make such an obvious mistake? So that's what you were thinking. I overestimated you. I overestimated you. You're too smart for your own good. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to take advantage of? You're too naive. You're too naive." "Oh, so it's just my wishful thinking." Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression calm, and continued to explore. Actually, he already knew this, and purposely said this to provoke Mo Yao. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" Mo Yao was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan's provocation. "Whether I die or not is my business. It's none of your business. You're already dead. What's a dead person shouting here for?" Fang Yuan mocked lightly, his expression calm, as if the one in deep danger was not him. "Damn it! Bastard! Idiot!" Mo Yao's anger seemed to have been ignited. He cursed endlessly. Bam! Right at this time, there was an explosion 10,000 steps away. Fang Yuan followed the sound and saw that the two true inheritances collided before they bounced off and flew in different directions. Fang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his nonsense would actually cause the clash of true inheritances to occur, especially one of the true inheritances. It seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also stunned. How is this possible? Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing. She no longer had the demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. "When I explored this place back then, why didn't I encounter such a good thing?" But soon, her eyes widened as she realized. So that's it. That is a luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I risked my life to create a crack, wanting to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo inside, but it flew away. I could only use a portion of the inheritance and settle for the next best thing, to refine calamity beckoning goo. This supreme true inheritance was cracked by Mo Yao. It was already incomplete. Thus it did not follow the rules and collided with the other true inheritances. Bam! Another collision. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. This collision seemed to have knocked out a goo from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stunned. "What do you think that is?" Mo Yao was also stunned. He shouted, "That is a luck path goo worm. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and take it." Fang Yuan was hesitant. "If I take this goo worm, will I face the luck path true inheritances test?" The luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan could not endure its test. Bullshit test. The collision caused the crack in the true inheritance light lump to become larger. It was disintegrating. "Quickly take it and leave. If you don't leave, you will die here." Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled. He dodged left and right, getting close with difficulty and grabbing this luck path goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, but not an immortal goo. "Lad, why are you still not leaving?" Mo Yao shouted. "Haha, what's the rush?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave. He stayed in true inheritance secluded domain and looked around. Looking at the time, it should be about time. He muttered. "Lad, what did you say?" Mo Yao had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan scattered a bunch of goo worms, activating them together and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong suction force, absorbing a portion of the true inheritance's light into the whirlpool. After a few breaths of time, the whirlpool paused and collapsed, revealing a door. That's right. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. At the next moment, Chapter 608. In front of them was a beautiful white jade hall. For huge pillars supported the dome. On the ground, the light could illuminate one's figure. Be it the walls, pillars, or the ceiling, they were all constructed from white jade stones that were as white as snow. In the center of the hall, There was a small platform with 23 steps. On the platform, there was a bronze divine bird statue. The divine bird raised its head, wanting to soar into the sky, but countless black chains, each as thick as an ancient tree, clung onto the divine bird's body, tightly coiling around its slender neck, coiling around its slender legs, and even piercing through its feathers cruelly, latching onto its body. The divine bird's eyes squinted into the shape of a blade. It frowned and opened its mouth, as if screaming in anger. Its expression was captivating. Every detail was vivid and lifelike. Its entire body overflowed with an unyielding spirit, giving people a deep impression with just one look. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the huge bronze divine bird statue that occupied his entire field of vision. 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his black eyes. This. The shock brought by the change made Mo Yao tongue-tied. She swallowed her saliva, pointing with her finger as she exclaimed, "This is Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." "Ah, what's so strange about that?" Fang Yuan's lips curled up, smiling lightly. "Imperial Court Blessed Land has a land spirit to begin with, otherwise, it would not have acknowledged Giant Sun Immortal back then, and acknowledged him as its owner. The land spirit is formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power of the Blessed Land. To get rid of the land spirit, one has to deal with the entire Blessed Land. The death of the land spirit means the Blessed Land is destroyed. Conversely, the Blessed Land is destroyed. It also means the death of the land spirit. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land is here, the land spirit is definitely alive." These words caused Mo Yao to scold in pain. "Rascal! How can I not understand such a simple logic?" Mo Yao had spent a lot of effort researching 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover Bo Qing, attempting to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. In the end, although she successfully entered the True Inheritance secluded domain, she was not able to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He could only settle for the next best thing, using the contents of the inheritance and his refinement Grandmaster Foundation to refine Calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she knew the value of the royal court's land spirit very clearly. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal had yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. In the competition for the inheritance rights of Royal Court Blessed Land, he succeeded and became the owner of Royal Court Blessed Land. When he reaches the 9th transformation and becomes invincible in the world, he will have a better longevity grotto heaven. Imperial Court Blessed Land will become one of the above-ground palaces of Giant Sun Immortal. The Giant Sun Immortal set up the 88-point Jinyang Tower. He placed it in Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. To plot for the 88-point Jinyang Tower, one had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Royal Court Blessed Land was equivalent to a layer of turtle shell protecting 88-point Jinyang Tower. After the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal, this layer of turtle shell had always been displaying its great effect, preventing Gu Immortals from entering. But among them, there was a huge loophole that almost any Gu Immortal could understand. That was the existence of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. This loophole, when Giant Sun Immortal was alive, it did not exist. Because Giant Sun was the owner of the land spirit, whatever he wanted the land spirit to do, the land spirit would obey unconditionally. But after Giant Sun Immortal died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as the land spirit recognized them as its owner, no matter who it was, they could become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would control the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this relationship after thinking about it for a bit. When Mo Yao was alive, when she researched 88-point Jinyang Tower, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort researching this. But in the end, she gained nothing. In this aspect, all the hard work she put in was for naught. What kind of person was Giant Sun Immortal? How could he not know of this loophole? He dealt with it extremely well, sealing the land spirit and hiding it deeply. When Mo Yao explored it, she did not even see a strand of hair of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden in True Inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritance reaches a certain level will a loophole appear, and the door to this place can be opened. Imo was extremely shocked. At this moment, she had already figured it out. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at Feng Yuan in a different light. This kid, I underestimated him too much. What is his origin? He actually knows the way to enter this place. Imo was shocked and curious. Feng Yuan's performance had greatly surprised her. It far surpassed her imagination. But she did not know that this was Feng Yuan copying the images of the Central Continent Gu immortals in his previous life. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent Gu immortals could research so thoroughly was because of Imo's research. Imo is a Grand Refinement Path Grandmaster. She wholeheartedly researched 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover and entered alone. After her death, she left behind precious research materials that were controlled by Spirit Affinity House. After 10,000 years, generations of Spirit Affinity House's geniuses continued to deepen their research. At the same time, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was also eroded by time. The more loopholes there were, the easier it was to use them. But Spirit Affinity House knew that it was not possible for a super force like them to take over a fat piece of meat like 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly cooperated with several Central Continent ancient sects, plotting for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead and held the most important research materials. Afterwards, when Central Continent Gu immortals attacked in large numbers, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Black Moon. Slowly walking up the stairs, Feng Yuan arrived at the bronze divine bird's feet. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, but it was firmly sealed by Giant Sun Immortal and could not move. From over 100,000 years ago, after a long time, it had stood there until now. As he got closer, Imo discovered something. Heh, kid, it will be difficult to realize your plan this time. The green mud on this Frost Jade Peacock's body is formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison Gu. The black chains coiling around its body are formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Web Gu Ugh. Saying so, Imo suddenly thought of something. His words stopped abruptly. At once, in Feng Yuan's mind, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because she suddenly remembered, not long ago, Feng Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu. One of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu and Earthweb Gu. Although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu, they were 1 rank higher than Gruel Mud. But they were expendable Gu. They would dissipate after one use. The power of the 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to imprison the land spirit, but after 100,000 years of cleansing, this power had already weakened a lot, and Gruel Mud was precisely restraining this power. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought of it. You are not too stupid. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, taking out Immortal Gu Gruel Mud from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expendable Gu, it was easy to use and did not require any immortal essence. It only needed to be pinched lightly. Feng Yuan pinched lightly and crushed it. The Gu worm broke apart, revealing a liquid-like brownish-green radiance. The radiance followed Feng Yuan's intention, flying up leisurely and merging into the divine bird statue's body. During the whole process, Imo stared blankly at it. He was speechless. After the radiance completely merged into the statue, there was a slight vibration. This vibration was so slight that it felt like an illusion. But soon, this vibration became stronger and stronger. The entire divine bird statue started to shake. The green mud that covered the divine bird's body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it, and as the black chains shook and collided with each other, continuous dull sounds could be heard. Success. Success? Don't tell me, after 100,000 years, the power of the 2 Immortal Gu is almost gone? Imo muttered to himself. His expression was extremely complex. There was disbelief, joy, doubt, denial. But next, the vibration became weaker and weaker. The divine bird statue soon quieted down. The black chains no longer collided. The whole white jade hall became peaceful again. Imo was greatly disappointed. He could not help but sigh. I failed in the end. I was still a rank away. This arrangement was made by an immortal Venerable after all. Hee hee. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Imo Yao, why don't you take a look at the divine bird's head? Imo Yao probed with his mind. He immediately said in shock, the green mud on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. Right? This is the true effect of immortal goo gruel mud. I was too focused on this. I lost my sense of propriety and did not think of this. Hee hee. Laughable, laughable. Imo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Her expression was completely restrained. She once again displayed the demeanor of a legendary goo immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Actually, she had no choice but to lose her composure. When she was alive, she had paid a heavy price for Imperial Court blessed land in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Now, although the power of Earth Prison Goo and Earthweb Goo had been mostly washed away by time, there was still a portion left. Although Immortal Goo Gruel Mud countered them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to dissolve the remaining power. But don't forget, there was still the land spirit. The vibration earlier originated from the land spirit. It was because of it that most of the Immortal Goo's power was used to suppress it, allowing the power of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud to enter. The green mud gradually melted, turning into mud that fell on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was very conspicuous on the snow-white floor. Drop by drop, it soon fell on the ground. Frost Jade Peacock's head was freed, but when it reached its neck, the speed of melting was greatly reduced. Evidently, the remaining power of Earth Firm and Earthweb Goo had reacted and resisted Gruel Mud, causing its efficiency to fall greatly. Heh, it is exactly the same as the scenes in my previous life. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Frost Jade Peacock. Oh, Imperial Court Land Spirit, look at your feet. I was the one who saved you. After being sealed for over 100,000 years, how does it feel to breathe again? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will let you regain your freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's furious expression was still fixed on its face, but after hearing Fang Yuan's words, it arrogantly sneered. I am one with the Blessed Land. Everything that happened in the Blessed Land for over 100,000 years is reflected in my heart. If you want to become my new master, you have to agree to a condition. Over 100,000 years ago, Giant Sun Immortal fulfilled the land spirit's condition and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Today, Fang Yuan was also facing the same condition. At this point, the scenes in his previous life no longer had any value. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he asked. Chapter 609. No, don't leave me behind. Save me, benefactor. His voice reverberated in Tai by Yunqing's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Huff, huff. He was panting heavily. His body was covered in sticky sweat. He felt very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert showed an aged appearance that matched his age. In the silent room, Tai by Yunqing's breathing became softer and softer. His tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he fell into a deathly silence, as if he was in a daze. His eyes revealed an extremely deep sense of exhaustion. Ever since he failed to pass the round, for a moment of selfishness, he ignored Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, causing them to sacrifice their lives. Tai Bai Yunqing had fallen into deep self-blame and guilt. Almost every night, he would have nightmares with similar content. In the nightmares, blood splattered everywhere. A foul stench filled the air. All kinds of ugly blood fiends bared their fangs and claws, and he was deeply surrounded, facing Zhu Zai and Gao Yang's pleas again. They called him benefactor, begging him to save them. But every time, even if Tai Bai Yunqing's aperture was filled with primeval essence, he would not be able to move and watch as Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were surrounded by blood fiends, then devoured their flesh and blood until only their pale white skeletons were left. During the entire process, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang kept pleading for help, sometimes pleading, sometimes defending, sometimes scolding, sometimes mocking. Finally, when they turned into snow-white skeletons, lying in a pool of blood, only their skulls were left. They were still saying, I believe in Lord Tai Bai. He is so kind and benevolent. he will definitely not give up on us. Yes, I also believe in him. Even if I die, I still believe. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain, grief, helplessness, regret. Especially at the final juncture, he would weakly kneel on the ground in the dream, letting blood stain his white hair as he cried bitterly. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such an experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he reevaluated himself, it was a severe denial. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he even felt like he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only one who had a sleepless night. It was already late at night. The night of the imperial court blessed land shone brightly. It spread throughout this part of the world. He Lulan leaned against the window and looked into the distance. The 88-point Jinyang Tower at the top of the Holy Palace was still forming a new floor. The dazzling haze swayed in the air, looking magnificent. Damn it, the owner's token was actually lost. What the hell is going on? He thought back to the scene when he was trying to break through the barrier during the day. He Lulan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with an ominous glint as if he wanted to devour someone. Throughout history, there had never been a case where a new housemaster had lost his housemaster token, but this had happened to He Lulan. Whatever. Without the owner token. So what if he could not use the killer move Grey Meltdown? There was no difficulty. None of them can stop me from obtaining the strength path Immortal Gu. Nyang Qin, you know, in the underworld. Watch me take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was strolling in the courtyard of the Holy Palace. His expression was not good. His face was solemn. In the flower garden, jade springs, stone bridges, and flowers bloomed like spring. Such a beautiful scenery, but he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Just as he left the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was vexed over the matter of subduing the imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed continuously. He. To think that the condition for imperial court blessed land to recognize a master is actually like this. Kid, with your gloomy personality, it won't be easy for you to find a woman who truly loves you, and for her to truly love you. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan faced the imperial court land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, he was told the condition to become the lord of the imperial court, true love. To make Frost Jade Peacock willingly recognize a master and be obedient. What was needed was not a person, but a Gu master couple who truly loved each other. It was very easy for Giant Sun, Immortal, to meet this condition, but to Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just asking Fang Yuan to truly love a woman was almost impossible. If it was my previous life, I could achieve this. But in this life, Fang Yuan paced around, walking to the stone bridge and stopping. He held the railing of the bridge and gazed at the jade lake under the bridge, sneering continuously. The lake was like a mirror, shining brightly like silver under the night light. The night invasion of 88-point Jinyang Tower, a hair-raising action, came to an abrupt end. Right now, he was in the tranquil and peaceful sacred palace, a huge contrast from the danger lurking everywhere before, making him feel like he was in a dream. Life is like a dream. Morning dew and sunset flowers, like bubbles. Fang Yuan muttered, absent-minded for a moment. A light wind blew, causing ripples to form on the small lake. Within the ripples, a silvery figure appeared, and in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze, a woman's figure appeared. That was the woman buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he met her when he was at his lowest. Life's encounters were so wonderful, but fate's teasing was so cruel and merciless. If we truly love each other, why would I think of her? Fang Yuan's fingers that were holding the railing couldn't help but slightly tighten. He suddenly frowned, and his gaze became as cold as ice. The woman's figure quietly disappeared, and in front of him was still that sparkling silvery lake. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not optimistic. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the blessed land's original owner. It was very arrogant, but it recognized true love. It was almost impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he couldn't subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower would be for naught, coming to an abrupt end. No wonder in my previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Gu Immortals have deep secrets, they have extreme personalities, and it is even harder for them to truly love each other than mortals. After using Gruel Mud, although the melting is slow, the seal on the land spirit is weakening continuously. The land spirit has been sealed for over 100,000 years. It is filled with anger and hatred and yearns for freedom. It will definitely break free from the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still sleeping, as long as the seal is dissolved to a certain extent, or if the land spirit resists and struggles, it will eventually awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal's will. When an immortal Venerable is angry, blood will flow and all living beings will mourn. But the land spirit has the home field advantage. As long as the blessed land is not destroyed, it will have endless strength. The conflict between the two was even more terrifying than a fight between immortals. At that time, the ones to suffer would be Feng Yuan and the other mortals. Especially Feng Yuan, who was the culprit behind the release of the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would definitely meet with a tragic end. Feng Yuan's original plan was like this. The first step was to go to Northern Plains and infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. He had achieved this step. Cleverly using his previous life's memories, he killed Wolf King Changshan Yin, who was on his last breath, and then took his place, becoming a higher-up of He tribe. Finally, he would hide in the Alliance army and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain enough benefits. Then, using the image of the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit and become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land without waking up the immortal Venerable's will. The third step was to not rush to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower. After becoming the owner of Imperial Court, he would hide behind the scenes and let things develop. 88-point Jinyang Tower had the immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the holy land that all Gu masters in Northern Plains yearned for. It could not be tarnished or touched. Once the situation was discovered, Feng Yuan would be hunted down by the whole of Northern Plains. With such a terrifying force, even if Feng Yuan escaped to other places, it would be of no use. And there would not be any super force that would protect him against all the forces in Northern Plains. Unless the Five Regions War, when they could not even fend for themselves and suffered heavy losses, this situation would be exposed, and Feng Yuan would have a chance to survive. After becoming the owner of the land spirit, Feng Yuan would order the land spirit to stay in the White Jade Hall and cooperate with the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This way, everything would be smooth sailing. First, he could use the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land to deal with Gu Immortal Tai by Yunsha. This way, his chances of success would increase greatly. No matter the result, Feng Yuan was already in an invincible position. Even if he failed to snatch the immortal Gu landscape as before, with the land spirit's protection, Feng Yuan would not have to worry about his life. Second, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to freely travel between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covetously eyed by the super force Crane Gate, and every once in a while, there would be earthly calamities. It was at the center of the storm and was not an ideal place to cultivate. Feng Yuan became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his outpost and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his main base. He could cultivate while contending with Crane Gate to obtain the greatest benefits. If things did not go well, he could abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an immortal Venerable's arrangements. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would have difficulty in making deductions. And with Feng Yuan's ability to fix the loopholes in the future and secretly take charge of it, it was much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Third, Feng Yuan had a treasure land. Every time True Yang Building opened, he could enter and subdue immortal Gu and other precious cultivation resources, no longer needing to take risks. When the time came, he could use his previous life's fortuitous encounter to subdue Blood Path Gu worms and advance to a Blood Path Gu Immortal. It was stable and safe, but plans were beautiful, while reality was incomplete. Feng Yuan tried his best, but was stuck at the most crucial second step. If he could not become the owner of the land spirit, he would not be able to borrow its strength. A mere mortal could not accomplish anything. Now that the situation was worsening, Giant Sun's will would definitely awaken. If Feng Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole bottom goo to connect to Hu immortal blessed land. But he could not take away these immortal goo. And even if he obtained landscape as before immortal goo, how could he safely return to Hu immortal blessed land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Feng Yuan could not do this. The only thing I can do now is to think of a way to convince the land spirit. If I stand on its side and deal with Giant Sun's will together, I might be able to make use of some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 6:10. Half a month later. 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wind scythe birds were densely packed. Countless of them covered the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords, and their curved wings were like scythes. They flew extremely quickly, leaving afterimages in the air as they charged forward without fear of death. Kill, kill, kill. He Lulan shouted. Black smoke surged around his body as countless black tentacles shot out, capturing and devouring the surrounding wind scythe birds. The intense battle had already lasted for an hour. The Alliance army and wind scythe birds were fighting. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The ground was covered in bird corpses, and similarly, there were large numbers of dead goo masters. Ah! He Lulan roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed a claw as dark undercurrents appeared out of nowhere and rotated in the air before gathering at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents gathered into a black ball of light in He Lulan's right claw like rivers returning to the sea. The ball of light was dark and unfathomable. It rotated rapidly and actually let out a thunderous roar. Go! He Lulan suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger as he shouted, gathering all the strength in his body as he raised his right claw towards the sky. He grabbed the ball of black light like it was a heavy object. His movements were slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the ball of light slowly flew into the sky. In the air, it expanded rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. At once, the black ball of light occupied half of the sky above the Alliance army. Countless wind scythe birds were enveloped by it. Soon after, they were corroded. Not even bones were left. The entire process was silent. It was strange and tyrannical, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex lasted for 6 breaths of time, killing tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. There were too many wind scythe birds, and they were all gathered in the sky above the Alliance army. Thus the number of deaths was shocking. After the Dark Vortex disappeared, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the surrounding wind scythe birds filled in like water. In the sky above the entire Goo Master Alliance army, it was once again occupied by the wind scythe birds. This was the 25th stage on the 68th floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. There were simply too many wind scythe birds, including a large number of bird kings. Their offensive power was too great. Based on everyone's previous experience, it wasn't hard to guess that there had to be some sort of trick to clear this stage. However, He Lulan directly charged forward and mobilized all the strength he could muster. Directly flattened them. This attracted the crazy retaliation of the wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damned birds. Yi Lui Sang laughed loudly. He Lulan's outburst had triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe and He tribe were equally famous. Both were super forces with Gu immortals guarding them. Yi Lui Sang and He Lulan had the same status. They were both the leaders of this generation's super forces. Now, he saw He Lulan use her killer move. After killing a large number of wind scythe birds, he naturally did not want to be outdone. Look at my newly researched killer move, Flame Demon, Yi Lui Sang shouted, his sleeves fluttering as his primeval essence burst out, activating the goo worm in his hand. Tongue. His whole body burst into flames. The flames soared to the sky. The surrounding goo masters were forced away. Within a radius of several hundred steps, he was the only one left. His body shook. The raging flames on his body split into a portion, forming a 10-meter-tall Vajra made of flames. The flame Vajra had an ugly appearance, sharp teeth, strange horns, and bulging muscles. It was a flame demon. The flame demon soared to the sky, rampaging in the sky. Any wind-scythed birds that came into contact with it would be ignited, causing the birds to scream in pain. Along the way, the flames soared to the sky, forming a line. Large numbers of wind-scythed birds were instantly roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of many bird groups, reducing a lot of pressure on the Goo Master army on the ground. What flame demon? It's nothing much. Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, feeling proud. Yi Lui Sang also laughed loudly. Hey tribe leader, look again. Saying so, his whole body shook, shaking off the flames and forming into flame demons. He Lulan's expression changed. Not only him, even Fong Yuan's gaze tightened in the army. The flame demon's power was astonishing, and there was actually more than one. 88-point Jinyang Tower brought opportunities. Not only did Fong Yuan, He Lulan, and others improve, the other Goo Masters also had great gains. When 6 flame demons joined the battle, the flames on Yi Lui Sang's body were completely shaken off. 6 flame demons, fortunately. Fong Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression also eased slightly. Yi Lui Sang was talented. This killer move had great power, but that was it. At best, it could only be compared to the Dark Vortex. The flame demons continued to wreak havoc for an hour, their power becoming weaker and weaker, until they were finally annihilated among the wind-scythed birds. But soon, Fong Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yin Fei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, and others attacked one after another, using killer moves. The powerful battle strength of rank 5 Goo Masters changed the battle situation, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Finally, they successfully passed the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a joint petition requesting to stop the advance. They are worried that their casualties are too high and need to recuperate. Before He Lulan could carefully look at this round, his trusted aide He Shu came to report. He Lulan immediately frowned, shouting, "Such small casualties and they are complaining. A bunch of good-for-nothings, incompetent cowards. Reject this petition and tell them that they need to advance. Whoever dares to retreat and escape the Alliance army will have their 9 clans killed without mercy." As he said this, he snatched the joint letter from the Patriarch and tore it into pieces in a few swift moves. "Continue advancing. Charge forward." He Lulan waved his arm, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88-point Jinyang Tower would give off strange vibrations every once in a while. Together with the mysterious loss of the owner token, He Lulan felt that the situation was not simple. His sharp intuition told him that something terrible had happened. To prevent any problems from happening, he had to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Goo as soon as possible. After advancing to a Strength Path Goo Immortal, he would have the strength to control the changing situation. This time, they attacked all the way to the 28th round. He Lulan saw that everyone could not hold on any longer. The casualties were huge and they needed to recuperate. He could only reluctantly retreat. In the room, Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. He looked at the East Window Goo in his hand. These East Window Goo recorded the cultivation insights of Goo Masters of the past. Most of them were time path insights. These were the rewards from clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Don't tell me this is fate's arrangement. I have to advance to a Goo Immortal? Tai Bai Yunsheng had failed in his search for Lifespan Goo and expended all his wealth. He could only become an external elder of He tribe. He was a time path Goo Master, rank 5 peak stage. He had a keen sense of time. He had sensed that he did not have much time left. Advancing to Goo Immortal could raise the quality of a Goo Master's life, but it could not increase their lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was special. His time path inheritance. It had an extraordinary origin. It was a Goo Immortal inheritance. This inheritance had 3 cores: river as before Goo, mountain as before Goo, and man is before Gu. The inheritance content had already been deduced. When becoming an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of heaven and earth resonance, man as before Gu could become an immortal Gu. Mortal man as before. It could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before, but it could be used on oneself. If I had man as before immortal Gu, I could use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not spring-autumn cicada. It cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart clenched. Intense guilt and remorse assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan stood at the top of the tower, looking towards He tribe's direction. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated all along, giving him a new and unique vision. This rank 5 mortal Gu was his only unexpected gain in true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggested, could inspect luck. This was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, He tribe's area had countless smoke-like luck. Among them, there were 2 that were extremely thick, standing out like a crane among chickens. Even palaces and houses could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was grand like a giant pillar, the color of blue clouds, extending for a long time. The other came from Tai Bai Yunsheng. His luck was like a burning cloud at dusk, the red light shining brightly, accumulating in the sky above his house, giving people a feeling of burning flames. These two's luck are flourishing, but there is a difference. He Lulan's luck gives people a feeling of permanence. Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck is like a pile of firewood, burning intensely at the final moment. These days, I have been manipulating in the dark and obtained a lot of time path insights, giving them to Tai Bai Yunsheng as a reward. Every time he gets a reward, the fire cloud luck above his head will become brighter and brighter. His chances of becoming an immortal will increase by a bit. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, sighing inwardly at the mysteriousness of luck path. But he had only obtained 1 luck inspection Gu. He did not know the contents of the other inheritances. It was like opening a new window. Facing this new path, he could only slowly explore it. Next, he used luck inspection Gu to look at himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in pitch-black luck. This luck formed a huge coffin shape, covering his entire body, emitting dense death energy and ominous aura. Even though Fang Yuan had inspected it many times, every time he saw this, his heart would sink. My luck does not look good. But these days, I have been persuading the imperial court land spirit, but there is no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. He only wants to break through the obstruction and regain his freedom. True Yang building has already trembled 38 times. There will be a moment when giant suns will awaken. Fang Yuan gasped. He saw a group of Gu masters far away, each covered in a small black coffin luck, walking towards He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while and understood why these people were leaving. Chapter 6:11. Old Sir Tai Bai, please seek justice for us. I beg old Sir to plead for mercy for us. Our tribe, the old, the weak, the women and the children, the future of our tribe is in Lord's hands. In the house, a group of Gu masters knelt on the ground. They were either sobbing or had a sorrowful expression. They were all pleading for Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. These Gu masters had extraordinary statuses. They were all tribe leaders. Lu tribe, Shi tribe. These tribes were all mid-sized or small to mid-sized. In the process of attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower, they suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, they might face the danger of being exterminated. Several times earlier, they had submitted petitions to retreat, but He Lulan had rejected them harshly. Survival first. He Lulan's militaristic behavior had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and mid-sized tribes. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to look for He Lulan directly. They discussed for a while and came together to seek Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the #1 healing master of the current generation in Northern Plains. He was publicly recognized as a merciful person. His reputation was #1 in the hearts of Northern Plains mortals. Now, he had also become He tribe's external elder and was highly regarded by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunqing's help, they might be able to give their tribe a precious chance to rest and recuperate. All of you stand up and talk, Tai Bai Yunqing advised. Old Lord, if you don't agree, we won't stand up. Come and see my people, and you will understand our pain and sorrow. Our casualties are too heavy. The women lost their husbands. The children have lost their parents. The elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please persuade Lord He Lulon. If this goes on, our tribe will be exterminated. Humph! We did not die in the imperial court contest, but perished in imperial court-blessed land. If news of this spreads, where will He tribe's reputation go? How ironic would this be? The tribe leaders spoke one after another. His attitude was firm, and he refused to get up. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunqing let out a long sigh. He had long been dissatisfied with He Lulon's methods. They could obviously take it slow, so why did they act so hastily? He really couldn't bear to cause such heavy casualties. In Tai Bai Yunqing's opinion, losing the OP token in the second stage must have triggered He Lulon. There was another reason. Even He tribe's supreme elders were urging him. Under the pressure, He Lulon had no choice but to try her best. Servants, serve tea to the patriarchs. Tai Bai Yunqing summoned his servants. Then, he turned around and comforted the other patriarchs. I will go over and persuade Patriarch He Lulon. I will do my best. Sir, you're such a kind person. It's our clan's fortune to have the old mister's help. Sir, this is our joint letter. We will wait for Lord's good news. All the patriarchs were deeply grateful. Tai Bai Yunqing took the book and kept it in his bosom. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the main hall. He went to see He Lulon. He Lulon was not handling matters in the main hall, but was relaxing in the garden at the back. Tai Bai Yunqing rushed over and saw He Lulon. The latter was playing chess in the pavilion at the center of the lake. He Lulon heard his intentions and rejected him sternly at first, but after Tai Bai Yunqing persuaded her with kind words, He Lulon gradually relaxed. How about this? I can let these tribes rest for now, but they have to lend out all their goo worms. My army is attacking. We cannot let their battle strength fall because of their absence. Lend 1 goo worm, exempt 1 quota. Lend rank 2 goo worms, exempt rank 2 goo masters. Lend rank 3 goo worms, exempt rank 3 goo masters, so on and so forth. Tribe leader is wise and benevolent. I will first thank tribe leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunqing knew when to stop, and after returning, he informed the patriarchs of this news. The patriarchs looked at each other and finally accepted this condition. Goo worms were the foundation of a goo master. Lone goo worms were easily damaged, but it was better than losing their lives. The loss of members of these tribes was too severe. The next day, He Lulon ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the residences of all the tribes and collect their goo worms. He also sent Tai Bai Yunqing to hold the line and deal with the relevant matters. After 3 days, the matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunqing came back to report that He Lulon had invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulon repeatedly toasted, Sir, please drink to your heart's content. Fortunately, Sir has joined our tribe. We were able to reduce the casualties of our army. Sir, you have saved countless lives. Your merit is immeasurable. I don't dare. It's just that man proposes and heaven disposes. Longevity heaven is above. I will do my best. Tai Bai Yunqing showed an ashamed expression as he toasted back. He Lulon's praise made him think of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In fact, after returning from the Blood Path Hall, every word of praise he heard was like a form of mockery, lashing at his soul. But today, he dealt with this matter and eased the conflict between the small and medium tribes and He tribe. In a sense, he saved many goo masters' lives. This made him feel slightly better. In the name of longevity heaven, I will do my best. He Lulon drained the wine in 1 gulp, putting down the wine cup as he muttered, sighing. Old Sir's words are very good, very well said. Longevity heaven is watching us. The future is mysterious and unpredictable. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai, you will do your best, so I, He Lulon, will also do my best. Tai Bai Yunqing heard this and felt He Lulon's words had a hidden meaning, so he asked, Lord Tribe Leader, why do you say this? He Lulon laughed and was about to speak when He Shu came in from outside to report. He was covered in blood and had a respectful expression as he approached He Lulon. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Black Banner Troop did not disappoint you. We have dealt with it properly. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw killing intent lingering around his body and had a bad feeling. He quickly asked, what dealt with it properly? He Shu, what did you guys deal with? He Shu did not answer, only raising his eyebrows and glancing at Tai Bai Yunsheng. His gaze revealed disdain towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate way of doing things. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. Like you said before, do your best. You are doing your best. I am also doing my best. I am doing my best to break through the checkpoint and complete the Grand Elder's mission as soon as possible. Tell me, these people deserted in the face of danger. What crime should they be punished for? They relied on me to come here and develop. Taking advantage when there are benefits, hiding when there are disadvantages, is there such a cheap thing in this world? Humph. If everyone learned from them, would my great army still exist? Would there still be people following me to break through the checkpoint? Lulan said this. Her tone was strict and her eyes revealed a vicious glint. With these words, it was obvious what punishment would be. Hey Lulan, you. Tai Bai Yunsheng jumped and stood up. He glared at He Lulon, his face revealing shock and anger. There was even hatred. How dare you? He Shu was displeased and was about to attack, but was stopped by He Lulon's hand. Elder Tai Bai, don't forget your current status. He Lulon restrained her fierce gaze and calmly poured a cup of wine. Tai Bai Yunsheng's fists were tightly clenched. His whole body was shivering from anger. He stared fixedly at He Lulon. He wanted to curse, but was unable to do so. He Lulon chuckled, personally pouring wine for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old sir, sit down. This is such a beautiful scene. This is such a beautiful scene. We cannot waste good wine and good food. Screw your good wine and good food. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his sleeves furiously. With a bang, the wine cup fell to the ground. He Lulon was not offended. She pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed. Elder Tai Bai, this is your celebratory feast? Without you, how could they trust us and lend out their goo worms? Without goo worms, my Black Banner army was able to easily suppress them in a few moves. We have to thank you for all of this. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard these words and felt like thunder had struck his heart. He took 3 steps back and his face turned extremely pale. He Lulon, you are truly a despicable scoundrel. Despicable? How can you say such naive words? Elder Tai Bai, you were once a young tribe leader. You have lived for so many years. How can you not see the ways of the world? The so-called politics has always been dirty. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to retort, but could not find any words to retort. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeves, walking out of the hall without looking back. Lord Tribe Leader, should we send people to monitor Tai Bai Yunsheng? He Shu asked. He Lulon raised his cup and drank wine. His expression was indifferent without a trace of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back and sneered. Tai Bai Yunsheng is merely a healing goo master. What is there to be afraid of? His reputation? Hee. With just this one matter, who would dare to trust him? Good deeds do not leave the door, but evil deeds travel 1,000 miles. He Shu heard this and his heart shook. Those who hold high positions are truly unfathomable in their schemes. He could see that He Lulon's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, to suppress the small and mid-sized tribes and make an example out of them. Second, to teach Tai Bai Yunsheng a lesson and make him understand his status. Third, to weaken Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation and stabilize his ruling position. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. The massacre had already ended, but in order to intimidate others, He Lulon did not order his subordinates to clean up the scene. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked around. His face was pale and his heart was shaking. The sacred palace was dyed in blood. Corpses were everywhere. Not only were there strong men, there were also old and weak women and children. Some of them had died with their eyes wide open. Some had their hands and feet cut off. Some were cut in half at the waist. It was a horrible sight. Some had messy clothes, their expressions twisted in pain. It was obvious that they had suffered inhuman humiliation before they died. All of this, it's all my fault. If I didn't believe in He Lulan, if I didn't mediate, I was too stupid. I was too naive. I actually didn't see through He Lulan's sinister intentions. These people, they all died because they trusted me. Tai Baiyunxing's whole body trembled. The smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the corpses all over the ground formed a tragic scene, causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was stooped, and his white beard swayed slightly in the breeze. His deep wrinkles, lifeless eyes, and tightly clenched fists were silently expressing the sorrow, anger, regret, and self-blame in the depths of his heart. Plop. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, his hands supporting the ground. The pool of blood on the ground had stained his hands, knees, and trouser legs bright red. I'm sorry. Tai Baiyunxing cried bitterly. For a moment, tears flowed down his old face. This is a good person, even though there is darkness in his heart. But there is a great fear between life and death. In the face of death, how can a normal person not lose his composure? In the distance, in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been watching quietly. He had seen everything happen. It turned out that the black coffin's fate represented a serious fatal disaster. The annihilation of these tribes was the best proof of this, and the aura of death on his body was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than these tribe leaders. This is interesting. Luck. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He wanted to see the so-called bad luck. Could it stop his footsteps? In this life, no one, no reason, no difficulty can affect my determination to move forward. His deep and cold gaze looked towards Tai Baiyunxing. Who said good people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold gaze added a tinge of sarcasm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Let me give you a push. He secretly activated a goo worm, forming a faintly discernible illusory sound, faintly entering Tai Baiyunxing's ears. Tai Baiyunxing's mental state was on the verge of collapse. His mind was in extreme turmoil. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. The same tone as Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe you. You will definitely save me, won't you? Old Lord, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives to help you. Tai Baiyunxing cried out in shock. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he saw the pool of blood on the ground. The pool of blood swayed. It was the scene of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying in the blood beast group in his nightmare. Tai Baiyunxing's body shook. He was as still as a statue, but at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might. A shrill and hoarse voice echoed in this bloody slaughterhouse. Hee, ha ha ha. After the roar ended, it was Tai Baiyunxing's loud laughter. His laughter was crazed and unbridled. It was the sorrowful cry of anger, but it was also a cold mockery towards the world, towards himself. Crazy? Crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone crazy. The surrounding He tribe Gu masters shouted in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He was a transmigrator, and also a rebirther. His rich experiences allowed him to grasp people's hearts at an extremely high level. Tai Baiyunxing was a good person, but his subconscious action in the Blood Path Hall was betrayal. This behavior caused him to doubt and deny his own value. If a person denies himself and doubts himself, he would no doubt fall into an abyss of pain. Evidently, Tai Baiyunxing was in pain. He was filled with guilt and was tormented by similar nightmares almost every night. He could not accept his despicable actions. He had been following the path of justice and benevolence all his life. He wanted to return to the past, but the clear truth lay in the depths of his heart. It was an obstacle that he could not overcome. He was sinking into the abyss of pain. His powerless struggle only made him sink deeper and deeper. The tribe leader's request gave him a chance to save himself, to atone for his sins. If it could really be done, it would no doubt be a relief to him. It would be a good medicine that came at the right time. But the truth was, He Lulan ordered the extermination of his 9 clans. Not a single person was left alive. Tai Baiyunxing had instead become an accomplice of the evildoer. The medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense poison made him unable to control himself. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, Fang Yuan gave a light push, finally causing Tai Bai Yunxing to explode, a hysterical explosion. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him. From a certain point of view, Fang Yuan, who had searched Tai Bai Yunxing's soul, could be said to be his confidant. But the cruel thing was, this confidant was not a friend, but an enemy who schemed against him. Hidden in the darkness, Fang Yuan quietly listened to Tai Bai Yunxing's loud laughter with an appreciative expression and a faint smile. This respectable yet pitiful old man roared at the top of his lungs, laughed loudly, and his face was covered in tears. He was interrogating himself, criticizing the cruelty of the world, and powerless to resist the teasing of fate. What else can you do after denying yourself? Fang Yuan muttered softly, his eyes dark and deep. Go to the Blood Dao Hall and challenge the trial again? No, when you get there, your mind will be filled with the shadows of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Go and seek help? Who can help you? Hey Lulan, you must have had a falling out with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you get lifespan goo, can you use it with peace of mind? The current you, what other path do you have? What other choice do you have? You deny yourself, you give up on yourself, you are filled with grief, you are being interrogated by your conscience. What other choice do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer became clearer. So, go and make your choice, don't disappoint me. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he stared at the deranged Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed loudly. His laughter was bitter, as if he was howling in grief. He tore his clothes, tears and mucus flowed down his face. He no longer had the demeanor of a rank 5-peak stage expert. He was a greedy person. He was a good person who was forced into a corner by the cruel and cold world. In fact, he was even more of a pitiful person. Unknowingly, a light breeze started to blow. The sound of the wind became louder, clouds started to form in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunxing as the center, the atmosphere changed silently but rapidly. A mysterious change started. Heaven and earth started to shake. You did not disappoint me after all. Fang Yuan shuddered in excitement. He retreated silently. He retreated far away, retreating all the way. Because a Gu Master's immortal ascension was not a joke. Soon, the wind and clouds started to change. Heaven and earth started to change. The dark and thick black clouds seemed like they were going to collapse at any moment, crushing the sacred palace. Everyone in the sacred palace shouted in shock. What is going on? What the hell happened? Most people did not know the reason. They fell into panic. It can't be. A small number of knowledgeable people stared at this turbulent scene with dumbfounded expressions. Investigate, investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan flew into a rage. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunxing. He Shu was sweating profusely. He stumbled as he ran over to report. He Lulan's expression froze. He was like a statue for a moment. After a few breaths of time, he reacted. His expression was distorted as he shouted, "Retreat! Tell everyone to retreat from the sacred palace. Of course, those who want to die can stay behind." Gao, Chao, it's near. Many god of prediction had guessed some plot. Of course, there were some that were absolutely impossible to guess. Chapter 6:12. The sky was dark and gloomy, winds howled. A formless power of the heavens and earth lifted Tai Bai Yunxing up into the sky. He laughed wildly, his white beard dancing in the wind. There was no trace of his usual gentle and benevolent expression. His face was twisted and crazed. The sacred palace was in a state of panic. The Gu masters covered their heads and scurried away, forming huge groups of people as they escaped for their lives. After escaping for 10,000 li, the people stopped in their tracks in trepidation. The Gu master experts occupied the mountain tops or directly floated in the sky, using investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different expressions. The other Gu masters also raised their heads to look at Tai Bai Yunxing in the sky. Their expressions were filled with worship, reverence, love, worry, jealousy, and so on. The news of Tai by Yunxing advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread like wildfire. Immortal ascension. This was an unreachable phrase in the past, but at this moment, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. Inconceivable. Tai by Yunxing has not even used his Gu worms, but the weather has already changed. Looking at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky, many Gu masters shouted in amazement. Soon, a wave of exclamations was about to set off. Chow! Not only was the weather changing, even the ground under everyone's feet was starting to tremble. At first, there was only a thin layer of dust, but soon, there was a vast amount of dust rising from the ground. This is the movement of Earth Qi. According to the tribe's records, when a Gu master advances to Gu Immortal, they first need to shatter their aperture. After shattering the aperture, they can draw in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Yi Lui sang, He Lulan and the others came from super tribes. They knew much more than ordinary people. Right now, they were all watching. Shock filled their hearts. The first step to Gu Immortal was to shatter the aperture. Using primeval essence to charge at the aperture, completely destroying it and shattering it. This way, the sealed aperture that was sealed by the crystal wall would become a loophole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step requires a huge amount of courage, because after the aperture shatters, there is no way to recover it. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong sighed. Immortal ascension is extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 can survive. Tai Bai Yunsheng is too courageous. He actually dared to take this step. We are truly impressed. Nye Yaching, the patriarch of the Nye family, sighed. He Lulan's expression was complicated. He knew the inside story. The reason Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to become an immortal was probably because of his power. It was because of me that Tai Bai Yunsheng was agitated and took the risk to ascend to immortality when he had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that even though I'm familiar with the ancient books, however, he also needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension is of great help to me. It was just that, it was fine if he failed. If he really becomes a Gu immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan frowned and felt a headache coming on. Fang Yuan sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, surrounded by the Azure Wolves. Immortal ascension. His gaze was deep and serene. There was excitement, but there was also nostalgia. Using luck inspection Gu, he found that Tai Bai Yunxing's luck was like a raging fire. It was like a burning cloud. Now, his aura was even more vigorous. It was as if it was burning intensely. His luck is blazing. He succeeded in his immortal ascension in my previous life. In this life, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Different from He Lulan's hesitation, he already had a plan against the immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. As he continued to look, luck inspection Gu could not bear the burden and was actually injured. His eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped using it. He was not surprised. Tai Bai Yunxing had already shattered his aperture, drawing in the heaven and earth qi of the surrounding 10,000 li. Using Gu worms in this range would definitely cause a chain reaction, causing the heaven and earth qi to shake intensely and form a backlash. If one insisted on using it and forcefully used it, even an immortal Gu would be injured or even destroyed. Not to mention mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to trap Tai Bai Yunxing. This was also the reason. If he acted rashly at this time, he might even be implicated. In an instant, black clouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Correspondingly, the yellowish-brown dust on the ground rumbled endlessly, forming a hole. This Tai Bai Yunxing's accumulation is deep, his human qi is vast. He actually attracted so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is even more majestic than our tribe's supreme elder. Yi Lui Sang saw this and was shocked. Tai Bai Yunxing had an immortal inheritance. He had roamed northern plains his entire life. He had rich experiences. Now that he had almost completed his entire life, his accumulation was incomparably deep. 2 huge whirlpools covered an area of 100 li. Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at the fierce whirlpool. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Compared to it, Tai Bai Yunxing's body was tiny, like a flying insect in a pond. But Tai Bai Yunxing was still laughing maniacally. Come, come, he shouted, his body trembling. There was fear, excitement, and relief. Even if he failed, it was a release for him. As if hearing his call, the whirlpool that had been brewing for a while started to rotate slowly. In the sky, the two whirlpools rumbled and rotated like millstones. In the sky, the black cloud whirlpool flashed with lightning, thunder rumbled. On the ground, purple smoke rose from the dust whirlpool, accompanied by loud roars. Like a mill, the black cloud millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. From the dust millstone, a golden aura emerged. It was heaven and earth chi. Heaven and earth chi floated. The earth chi was deep and vigorous. And Tai Bai Yunxing's body emitted a white human chi. This human chi was extremely dense, like a cocoon, tightly wrapping Tai Bai Yunxing into a huge ball. Heaven and earth chi descended. Earth chi surged up, converging in the air and intertwining with the human chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi. These three chi converged and started to fuse. First step is shattering the aperture. Second step is taking in chi. He Lulan muttered. There is no turning back after shattering the aperture. There is no turning back. You can only succeed and not fail. Taking in chi is a test of the Gu Master's temperament and controllability. This step is extremely crucial, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff, slightly unbalanced. If the human chi is slightly heavy, it will self-detonate. If the weather is slightly heavy, it will melt into nothingness. If the earth chi is slightly thick, it will turn into stone and suffocate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yi Lui Sang sighed as he shook his head. Even as a spectator, he felt his heart palpitate. Once the Gu Immortal breakthrough begins, there is no turning back. There is no turning back. The danger was extremely high. Thus, many rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters, even if they knew the method to become an immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Amateurs watch the show, while experts observe the technique. Most people opened their eyes wide, excitedly watching the show. Only a few Gu Master experts who knew the inside story were sweating profusely, their hearts pounding. Fang Yuan was the one who had the deepest experience. In his previous life, he succeeded in becoming a blood path Gu Immortal. He had a deep impression of the process of immortal ascension. This second step is extremely difficult. Not only does it test the Gu Master's control and balance, it also tests the Gu Master's temperament. It is more of a test of the Gu Master's nature. He sighed inwardly. Heaven chi and earth chi attack the body. The three chi converge. It is the process of a mortal fusing with heaven and earth. Since birth, a normal person would never have such an intimate contact with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the foundation of all living beings. The heaven and earth chi resonates with each other. The mysteries of the great Tao will fill the Gu Master's mind. Gu Masters comprehend the great Tao. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. It is very easy to get lost in it, unable to extricate themselves. This can easily cause mistakes, causing the balance of the three chi to fail. The most crucial point is, the more heaven and earth chi one absorbs, the higher the Gu Immortal's future accomplishments. At this crucial period, Gu Masters are often too greedy and absorb too much heaven and earth chi, causing the three chi to lose their balance, leading to failure and death. Tai Bai Yunxing did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, adjusting the three chi just right, progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunxing probably has an expert guiding him. Tai Bai Yunxing actually did it. Even the second step did not stump him. This person is really not simple. We still have to see. Doing it now does not mean he can persevere to the end. He Lulan and Yi Lui Sang were bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. The haze shook. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely. As the foundation of the sacred palace, smoke and dust rose, and for a moment, an unknown number of magnificent courtyards collapsed. What's going on? 88-point Jinyang Tower. Everyone exclaimed and shifted their gazes. Humph, it's about time. Fang Yuan sneered, but he was well aware of the situation. In Truyang Building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunxing's Gu Immortal Ascension needed to absorb heaven and earth chi. But this world was not the outside world's northern plains. It was the small world of imperial court blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing's consumption of this small world's heaven and earth qi was equivalent to weakening imperial court blessed land, extracting the land spirit's source of strength from its roots. How could the land spirit not be furious? It had been imprisoned for countless years, and now it finally had the hope of escaping. Although it was formed from obsession and did not know how to lie, it had intelligence and understood tactful and hidden strategies. The land spirit was afraid of Giant Sun's will. It had originally planned to hold back and wait for the gruel mud's corrosion to reach a certain degree before erupting. But now that Tai Bai Yunsheng was breaking through to Gu immortal realm, not only did he extract the land spirit's strength, he would also awaken Giant Sun's will. This way, the land spirit's plan would be foiled. It was very likely that it would be suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. Without a choice, it could only make a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the time when Giant Sun's will was still in slumber, it decided to rebel and catch him unprepared. Thus, everyone saw Truyang building shake, and many of the sacred palace's buildings collapsed because of it. In Truyang building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock sang loudly. Its attack had an outstanding effect. The green mud covering its body fell down to its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body were shaken off. A soft murmur of someone waking up from a dream resounded in the deepest part of Truyang building. Who has the guts to wake me up from my dream? In the boundless darkness, a will that was as large as a sun slowly awakened. It was only a faint light at first, but soon, it became brighter and brighter, until it reached the 9 underworlds and swept through every corner of Truyang building. Chapter 613. A will that was as hot as the sun attacked Feng Yuan's mind through the glass owner token. The will was like a golden flood, rampaging around and directly barging into Feng Yuan's mind. Wills were formed from a large number of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to charge into his mind, it could cause Feng Yuan to lose his memories. Oh no! Quickly throw away that damn token. In his mind, Mo Yao's will appeared and screamed. She was a Gu Immortal's will and had reached rank 7 before her death. Her will foundation was even deeper than Feng Yuan's. She and Feng Yuan were bound together for good or bad. They were like 2 grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The mind was the most crucial place. Feng Yuan was even more unwilling to fight in his mind. No need to panic, he sneered. He was already prepared and was not flustered. Activating Special Will Gu. Special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly appeared in his mind, blocking in front of Giant Sun's will. The golden flood of will stopped, completely obstructed by the Special Will Gu. Next, Special Will Gu burst out with a strong suction force, continuously devouring Giant Sun's will. A small one swallowed a big one, like a snake swallowing a whale, but Giant Sun's will could not resist. This is Mo Yao's will was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization. So Giant Sun's will is special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time, originating from the remote antiquity era until now. Wills belonged to Wisdom Path. They naturally had rich contents. Not only were there different types of wills, they also had a wide variety of effects. Just with Feng Yuan's preliminary research, he had bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Notice Gu, New Will Gu. They were used to create Special Will, Play Will, Notice Gu, and New Will Gu. These 4 wills had their own advantages and disadvantages. They needed the Gu Master to choose according to their own situation. They could choose the will that suited them. Among them, Special Will Gu Masters could set a preset action and trigger it under specific circumstances. This effect, to put it simply, was like a mouse trap. When the mouse triggers the mouse trap would activate and trap the mouse. The Giant Sun Immortal sought benefits for his descendants. Considering the dangerous situation in the future, he chose the most suitable Special Will Gu and condensed Giant Sun's will. It was placed in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as the danger reached a certain level and certain conditions were met, the intentional would trigger the Giant Sun Immortal's preset actions. As for this preset action, what exactly was it? Outsiders did not know. even the reborn Fong Yuan. He wasn't sure about that either. However, he knew from his previous life that Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made things much easier. Even though Giant Sun's will was an immortal Venerable's will, it still had to obey the great Tao laws of heaven and earth. Wills were created by goo worms, and were similarly restrained by the corresponding goo worms. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly countered by special will goo. In Fong Yuan's mind, before he could show off his power, Fong Yuan used special will goo. It devoured everything. After swallowing this wisp of Giant Sun's will, special will goo's belly immediately swelled up, like a fatty that had eaten too much. Haha, goodwill. Fong Yuan praised, but was inwardly shocked. So dangerous. Although it is countered, it is after all an immortal Venerable's will. Even if it is only a wisp, it is not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of the 88-point Xinjiang Tower. Giant Sun's will use this owner token to attack Fong Yuan. But the owner token was like a passage, and this passage was too small. Only a wisp of Giant Sun's will could pass through. If the passage was bigger, the situation would be different. The wisp of will that special will goo ate was insignificant compared to Giant Sun's will in True Yang Tower. After being plotted against by Fong Yuan, Giant Sun's will was furious. Cheater, you dare to blaspheme my Giant Sun's glory. I will crush you into pieces. Rumble. True Yang Tower shook, letting out all sorts of light rays that soared into the sky. Its might was unparalleled, shaking heaven and earth. Although Giant Sun Immortal was already dead, with just Giant Sun's will, he could not activate 88-point Xinjiang Tower. But in 88-point Xinjiang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air. Refined goo worms would lose this ability, and could only absorb the goo master's primeval essence. 88-point Xinjiang Tower was an immortal goo house. It obeyed Giant Sun's will, absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Activating it on its own was a piece of cake. Run! Seeing that 88-point Xinjiang Tower was about to activate, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned in Fong Yuan's mind. Fong Yuan was the despicable scoundrel who refined True Yang Tower. The moment Giant Sun's will awakened, he treated him as a mortal enemy. Fong Yuan was not of Giant Sun's bloodline. This hatred was too great. Fong Yuan was directly targeted. He was in a desperate situation. An unprecedented killing intent was about to descend upon him. No hurry. In the face of danger, Fong Yuan was calm and collected. He tightly held the glass owner token in his hand. This token was not simple. It had consumed an immortal goo, and was made from the foundation of the owner token. It had used up thousands of years of preparation and painstaking effort of Central Continent's goo immortals and several super forces, and it was a crucial key, still causing trouble even after death. Humph, what era is this? Fong Yuan snorted coldly, without any fear. He willed and activated the ambush through the glass owner token. True Yang Tower shook intensely. The smoke and light covering the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. The illusory building that was condensing dissipated like candlelight in the face of strong winds. Everything stopped abruptly. Inside True Yang Tower, Giant Sun's will let out a deafening roar, being attacked by countless special will goo. These special will goo were prepared by Central Continent's goo immortals for thousands of years. They had been accumulating endlessly, and were specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was completely targeted. At once, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. His first thought was to activate his goo worms to kill these special will goo. 88-point Xinjiang Tower was an immortal goo house. It was a solid-state killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. It naturally had methods to exterminate internal enemies. But Central Continent's goo immortals had deep research. They had already calculated this. Along with the activation of the special will goo, there were other shocking methods that sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. True Yang Tower could not be activated by the immortal essence. It immediately shut down. Even though Giant Sun's will was furious, he had no way to deal with it immediately. He fell into a predicament. True Yang Tower fell into deathly silence. Fong Yuan was at ease. In his previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals had used this method to destroy Giant Sun's Will and destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I am still a mortal and not a Gu immortal. I cannot obtain any benefits from this place. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was Giant Sun's Will's weakest moment, but he could no longer interfere. In fact, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not be able to gain any advantage by relying on his own Gu immortal battle strength. Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked this place, a total of 11 people, each of them an elite expert, but only 3 returned victorious. However, their sacrifices were worth it. The battle results were plentiful. Truyang Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Its sudden destruction caused Northern Plains to suffer heavy losses. Their morale fell to rock bottom, and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. If not for Ma Hongyun, who was already a Gu immortal, acting as a pillar and repeatedly playing a crucial role at the most crucial moments, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. To the current Fang Yuan, at least for a period of time, he was safe. What happened to Truyang Tower just now? Don't tell me the impact of Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension was too great. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower was affected by it? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits Gu immortals from entering. Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension here is an extremely rare event. Will this destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements back then? Truyang Tower's strange movements made those who did not know the truth bewildered. They started to make guesses. Truyang Tower fell into a deathly silence. There were no other movements for the time being. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted to Tai Bai Yunqing again. Tai Bai Yunqing floated between heaven and earth, continuously absorbing heaven qi and earth qi, combining them with his own human qi. The 3 qi were balanced, pouring into what was once the aperture. An extremely mystical transformation was happening on his body. Be it his body, soul, or mind, they were all being tempered by the heaven and earth qi. The essence of his entire life was being refined. There were 3 steps to immortal ascension. First was shattering the aperture. Second was taking in qi. Tai Bai Yunqing had benefited from a complete Gu immortal inheritance. He was very clear about the crux of this. He was able to perform stably with no major obstructions. However, how could the process of immortal ascension only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven qi and vast earth qi, human qi only came from Tai Bai Yunqing. Thus, heaven and earth qi were vast and boundless, while human qi was small. The 3 qi were balanced. The excess heaven qi and earth qi could not be absorbed in time, and were pushed to the side. As time passed, these heaven qi and earth qi would accumulate in the sky and on the ground, continuously accumulating and condensing. A qualitative change would occur from quantity to quantity. Tai Bai Yunqing's accumulation is too deep. He has absorbed so much heaven qi and earth qi. Now, these heaven qi and earth qi are about to condense into a calamity and tribulation. Yi Lui Sang's eyes shone brightly. The deeper the Gu master's accumulation, the higher the difficulty of immortal ascension. But if they succeeded, their future achievements would also be higher. The risks and benefits involved were directly proportional. He Lulan was even more speechless. She was closely watching, trying her best to observe and reference. How were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed? The scene in front of them, the process of their formation, was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The golden earth qi became denser, the turbid qi condensed into a single horned tiger, and the green heaven qi condensed into countless huge jade willow leaves. Each willow leaf was the size of a boat. The single horned tiger was the size of a small mountain, sitting on the ground, raising its head and waiting to leap. The jade willow leaves swayed, spreading in the sky, ready to move. This is the earthly calamity tiger, heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Tai Bai Yunqing stopped his maniacal laughter. His expression turned serious. Everyone was so far away, but they could feel the boundless might of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, not to mention the target of the earthly calamity and earthly calamity, Tai Bai Yunqing, who was at the heart of the storm. At once, everyone was silent. The atmosphere was heavy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.